Good. We've just been spoiled on a thing. DF Hack has informed me that there's one agitated animal, which I don't ever want to know. God damn it, YouTube. Oh, agitated. Right. Yes. There's an agitated honey badger in the tree. I gotta say, honey badgers have a really funny face in this. Like, look, he's got this eye and like this cheeky little smile. He's like, eh. He kind of looks like Stitch from Lilo and Stitch. I mean, here's the thing, right? The reason the thumbnail doesn't say it's no longer a new fort is because somebody complained very annoyingly and loudly yesterday and kind of made my whole day feel icky and gross for the remainder of the day. And also, well, you know, is it really a new fort? You're just being not funny? Yeah, I can confirm. You are, in fact, not being funny. So, this is the fort, and this is the front door to the fort. This used to be the front door to the fort, but now it's just the greenhouse. This over here is the front door to the fort. So to get into the fort, you walk down onto these bridges, and you go all the way along here, and up here, and up here, and up into here, and then down into the stairs, which go down into the fortress itself, which is down in here. This is the entryway to the fort, sort of. Although I'm thinking about making a second little walkway that go this way, down into this side of the fort. But I also kind of want them to be able to walk through here so that whenever, you know, they're wandering around in the fort, they are forced to see some sunlight. Because cave adaptation is a thing once again, and I'm very happy it's back. As for this fortress, it's very green. There is no metal on the map. There is only stone and sand. So essentially, for defenses, I am not allowed to use metal, even if I've imported it. If you type in _goal, you will get kind of a little bit more of a description of that. Because I'm not allowed to use metal, even the stuff I import, metal can only be turned into furniture and crafts. Although I am keeping a bunch of bars just on hand in case people make artifacts, because people keep demanding it whenever they make artifacts, which is a tricky situation to be in. And I'm going to just real quick queue up a bunch of wooden bolts because I'm realizing that we're out of bolts. But this fortress is quite small. I mean, we've got a bunch of bedrooms over here. We got some more bedrooms over here. If I go one layer up and then we go north, we've got these. Also, I'm pretty sure if you haven't yet, you could go redeem a dwarf because I don't think that's actually been redeemed yet. We've got a whole bunch of dwarves in the Glassmakers Guild, which is very high quality, which is the Silky Satins. And then here we got some offices for the manager and the mayor. Up here we have 2 temples. Down here we have the Anything Goes temple. And then up here we have the space that is set aside specifically for our Baron. One layer down, we have the Baron's tomb, and the Baron is very happy. I just need to do flooring along the bottom down here. So this is the Baron's throne room, this is the Baron's bedroom, and this is the Baron's dining room. Of course, it is Baron Bonesaw, because he dreams of bringing everlasting peace to the world, and honestly, I respect the hustle. My mayor apparently needs another cabinet, so I'm gonna go give him a box, or a cabinet, rather, because apparently the mayor has no cabinets, so let's give you another cabinet. That should mostly satisfy the mayor. And also needs another chest. Okay, so we'll also give you a box. You happy now? There you go. Mayor now happy. That's good. Yeah, so plan for today is we are going to continue building up this fortress and beautifying it. And I want to try and read into the civilians a little bit and kind of follow things. This is going to be the main defensive structure, and the way the defensive structure is going to work is all of these bridges are getting connected to a lever, meaning I can pull a lever to make them all go away, so it's just a single tile wide walkway. And I'm thinking about just building up on this side, on the sides a little bit with glass, and then basically allowing the dwarves to run into the sides and just shoot bolts out and down. Like, I'm thinking maybe just a single tile wide walkway with a little roof over top of it, and then just fortifications along the side, and they just shoot bolts at them and knock them into the lava. I think that could be a little bit of fun. So that's kind of the defensive style that I'm thinking of for this fort. But yeah, the Fortress of Green Glass, basically. And I'm also very happy with how the entryway has turned out. I think this looks awesome. The walkway of doom, pretty much, yeah. The walkway of very, very hot, sticky lava. And around the edges of this, I am slowly filling it in with glass. So, you know, we'll get the outsides of this basically converted into glass, which I think is a cool idea. And that's going to go all the way down to this layer. So all the way around the outside is going to be glass too. Yeah, that's the fort. So the named dwarves in the fort currently are Shakebreak, Alexa, Amethyst, Antriarch, and Arende, as well as Agamemnon, and Bonesaw, of course, and Darius Cardrin, and Elfie Bean, JJ, Keen Cook, Neezer, Patty, Prince Rupert, Rick Albert, Stormwolf, Travanoid, UGDPY, Vaca, and Wuggy. And our friend here, Travanoid, just grabbed a Dwarf. But they say, whoever says rock and stone gets a Dwarf. So nobody has said rock and stone yet. So whoever says rock and stone gets a Dwarf. Alien Slayer gets a Dwarf. Alien Slayer, what kind of Dwarf do you... Alien Slayer? Alien Slayer, what kind of Dwarf do you want? Apparently. Diamond didn't say it. They said no rock. What? Oh, I see. Fuck it, claim it then, rock and stone. Diamond Destruct gets it. No, it's fine. You'd like to be the Baron? The Baron is Bonesaw. So, unfortunately, I can't Baron you. But here, you know what? I'll give it to both of them. Both Alien Slayer and Diamond get Dwarf. It is what it is. We will live, yeah. But the Baron of FireOrb has been Dwarfed. So, unfortunately, I can't help you there. What I can do... is I could give you the mayor, Tekid. Do you want to be Tekid? The mayor? That's the closest I could do. Unless you want me to, like, assign a captain of the guard or something. Mayor works? Okay. And Diamond, you tell me what kind of Dwarfus you want this. Alien Slayer is right here. You're watching from Vietnam? Well, hello from Canada. And also in the YouTube chat, Greg Levitt, Walker Loco, Plasma Lynx, hello, and Travanoid, of course. And Cyanide KZK, hello. And happy to help. You get into Dwarf Fortress a couple weeks ago. And Abdulaziz, what's up? I kind of am showing the fort. Actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. This is the third mayor this fortress has had, and accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. She is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, likes to make a small mess with her own possessions, and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. One of the blowers. You mean one of the glass blowers? Like one of the glass dwarves? Do you want a beard or no beard? She is quick to form negative views about things, quite ambitious, and has a greedy streak, generally or occasionally overindulges and doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and needs new shoes and socks, but does in fact have a very nice shirt and pants on. Is a legendary lie maker and a high master glass maker. Is a member of the Still Mirrors, of course, and was a previous member of the Sect of Years, which is a religion, and is currently a member of the Mountainous Hall, which is the Farmers Guild, and has 2 lovers and 2 children. One of her lovers, Dastot, doesn't live here, and neither of her children live here, and has no family here or lovers here, just passing acquaintances. So showed up, gave no fucks, and took over the place. And is currently hauling a boulder made of obsidian. Mayor does accept bribery, it seems. You know, I'm not sure if that is you've got 2 lovers or you've had 2 lovers. I'm not entirely sure about the, like, lovers thing in the UI currently. Because I know that, like, in Legends, it doesn't refer to things that have happened in the past very clearly. Everything is very literal. So it's like, it retroactively changes their entire history based on history that happened going forward. And every now and again, I'll see a goblin with like 14 lovers, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure that just means you've had 14 lovers in the past and you don't actively have 14 lovers. That being said, I have totally seen dwarves with multiple partners in fort mode, but... So, Diamond, you would like a glass maker? Is that correct? A polygoblin? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I could give you this one, Diamond. This is Diamond Destructe, is married to Ubal Channeled Listen, who he left, doesn't live with. His older brother lives here. His older brother's name is Doran, who is also a glassmaker. And he says, I taught glassmaking and I am very satisfied. Felt free after remembering wearing old clothing, and mulling over this reoccurring memory forced him to change his personal tendencies. He has very old socks and shoes. He is made deeply uncomfortable by appearances and a difference in appearance and culture, and he is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily. He is not readily moved by art or natural beauty. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He has a calm demeanor, and he can sometimes act with little determination and confidence. He does not often feel envious of others. He doesn't often feel envious of others and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He doesn't often focus on material goods, and he tends to be passive in discussions. He likes to take it easy, isn't given to flights of fancy, often feels discouraged, is stubborn, and often acts with compassion. Is not particularly interested in what others think of him after wearing old clothing in 315. And he repeatedly snaps his fingers when he's trying to remember something. I do that too. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day. And he dreams of crafting a great work of art, and this dream was realized. And he personally views loyalty unfavorably, values independence, sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, and sees war as a useful means to an end. He likes zinc, cinnamon, and glossier, and flounder, tooth, and rami paper, and the color charcoal, bucklers, and socks, and thrones, and rabbits for their ability to burrow, and mountain gnomes for their ability to hold liquor, as well as the words of the fuchsia satin, and when possible prefers to consume pond turtle and pineapple wine, and absolutely hates mussels. Doesn't have any kids, but you know, he's married. He's a previous member of the Honorable Silver, and a previous member of the Rainy Doctrine, and a previous member of the Hall of Selves, a different dwarven group, I'm pretty sure. You're a former member of the Masons Guild, and now a citizen of the Still Mirrors. Probably the Masons Guild in a different faction, because we don't have one here. Of course, you remember the Hot Sparks, the Armored Company, and the Hall of Barricading. Welcome to the Fortress. Does people be sad when the lover dies? If so, can we test it? Yes, they often get a thought of surprised at the unexpected death of somebody, and that can cause sad thoughts. Oh, and also, I'm in an ad break. Speaking of Vault Tech, I should watch that Fallout TV show. I really should. I should just sit down and watch it, because that seems like a really good show. Everything I've heard about it has been good, and that, like, doesn't happen. And what's funny is the only criticism I've heard about it, my friend Kevin put it best, which is, so my friend Kevin is somebody who is occasionally one of those people who gets mad about things being too woke. So when he says this, it's really funny, which is to all of those idiots complaining that the show is too woke, none of them played the video game. Do they not even know how Vault Tech works or what Vault Tech does? It's like, so to all these people complaining about the video game, about the TV show about the video game, it's like, have none of you played Fallout? Which is just really funny to me. It made me kind of go, you know what? I should watch this show. This actually does sound like it's a good representation of that universe. Also, yeah, no, they get especially bad thoughts if they don't get buried and properly memorialized. You've heard very good things. Yeah, no, I've heard very good things about just about everything with it, and you know, it's kind of funny because I I kind of called it. I remember like years ago thinking, man, they should make a Fallout TV show because that's like or like Fallout movie because like that is a franchise that just lends itself perfectly to that kind of format. Like just in general, like I genuinely for a long time have just felt like, yeah, no, they should do that. They should make a Fallout thing because Fallout makes sense for that kind of format. Like it's one of the most like TV/movie friendly franchises in video games, in my opinion. All right. Huzzah. Kind of goofy. I mean, Fallout's kind of goofy, so that fits. So we don't actually have a tavern yet. We literally just have the 2 guild halls. This is where all of our socializing is being done, in those 2 guild halls. Right now, I think our current project is we need to work on bedrooms, because as you can see, we're kind of short on bedrooms. I mean, plenty of dwarves do have quarters, but as you scroll up to the more recent migrants, most of the most recent migrants don't have quarters. Another thing we're trying to do is this stockpile right here is very large currently and has a bunch of wheelbarrows on it. These are all collecting boulders, so essentially we are trying to clear out the boulders that are literally everywhere and get them a little bit more organized, basically make this place look a little nicer. We've been threatened by the elves, which was kind of expected. So that some fighting might happen in that front today. So I guess something I need to do is I need to go and make sure that we have some sort of watchdog or something in the fortress, because if things start entering the map, we're not going to see them. Or we aren't necessarily going to see them. So I'm thinking we make a little room right here that is connected this way. And this little room is going to be, you know, kind of our insurance. It's going to be our safety. I'm going to replace these walls with fortifications, and we're going to chain or pasture some animals here. And this will make this area significantly safer, because we'll be able to see enemies coming. You need to be a dumbass to actually notice that stuff, is all I can say about people who get mad about things that are too woke. Windows work too? I just use fortifications. I think windows work. It's basically just like stuff is in proximity. Although I'll say, if you can train your animals as hunting animals, they'll do better. But yeah, there's a lot of elven neighbors, and I'm, well, building this, and you kind of probably can see what I have to do in order to actually build this. So it does require quite a bit of wood chopping, which is unfortunate. Yep, you can change all of that in your world settings. Or not your world settings, your difficulty settings. I am Groot. So yes, difficulty settings are your friend. Just remember, in this chat, Zwalenhalb, we are respectful to our enemies. Of course, if they become our enemies, we will treat them as such, but we're still respectful. So keep your name calling to a minimum. I respectfully want them to die. That is respectfully accepted. Why is this suddenly reminding me of like the Tinder memes of, "Madam, would you please sit on my face respectfully?" That's what this is suddenly reminding me of for some reason. All right, well, part 1. Let's go all the way along here. I mean, as a like literal tree hugger, I quite like elves. I think elves are fun. But these elves haven't brought me any big animals yet, so I don't care too much. if I lose the ability to trade with them. Oh. Didn't get that in time. Yes, it's like, respectfully, please do disrespectful thing. How high am I building the glass walls? I'm building them around the entire volcano, but these are going to be more bunkers than walls. I am very, very, very much against racism in all forms, memes or otherwise. So, at the end of the day, I'm not your dad, Gondor. You can live your life as you want, but if something annoys me, I will tell you. And if you push it, I might have to mute people. What's my take on Songs of Six's racism? I think Songs of Six is an incredible video game that could be very easily destroyed by a fan base, and I haven't played it in a while, and I'm very worried because I really, really, really like that game. I think that game is really cool. I think it's a really interesting simulation of segregation, and I think that mechanically it's a very interesting game because of that, and I really hope that people don't ruin it. That's how I feel about Songs of Six. Certainly, yeah. It is really, really good right now, but that game has been really, really good for a while, but I've never been less interested in playing it, which kind of sucks. But I will play it when it hits 1.0, and here's hoping that the community hasn't ruined it by that point. I do, and I hate him. I do know who Seth is, and I hate him. I think he is a horrible person. My feelings on Seth are very well documented. I think anybody who steals footage from other creators shouldn't be respected. And his Dwarf Fortress review, which many people over the years have asked me what I think of, had no original footage nor stories in it, leading me to wonder if he even played the game. Yeah, no, I think that it's a really, 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 really cool mechanic. Series of mechanics that the developer of Songs of Six has built. But I think it's one of those very, very difficult games to talk about because it's one of those games where all you need is some shitty people, and the game allows for so much, like, amazing amounts of, like, mechanical freedom in the way you play that it is very easy for bad actors to make the playing of that entire video game very unpleasant. What does that have to do with anything, Gondor? Of course they do. The elves love the trees. The trees are their friends. And then there's my headcanon of the reason they also feel bad if you chop down the cavern trees is in real life trees use mushrooms to communicate. So in my headcanon, it's that you're cutting down their internet. It's like you're wrecking their phone lines, which I don't know. I just think it's funny. Because in real life, the mycelium network keeps, like, dead stumps alive and stuff because trees can push nutrients along the mycelium networks, basically keeping trees alive that have died. So to me, it's like, well, obviously the elves would also get upset if you chop down the mushrooms because the mushrooms are what allow the trees to talk. Makes perfect sense. Yeah, because you need to understand what grown wood is. It's not my fault that the vast majority of people who trade with elves don't do their research and don't know what grown wood is. The elves have factory trees. The factory production trees are trees that the elves talk with and ask them really nicely to grow in the shape of things that are useful to them. So if they need cages, they ask the trees to grow cages. If they need weapons. They ask the trees to grow weapons. And then the trees grow in the shape of weapons, and then when the weapon is done, it falls off of the tree branches. It's a very, very, very complex system of discussion and working alongside of the trees. And is it my fault that many lay dwarves don't understand that? No. I've looked into the elves. I've spoken with them and visited with them and talked with them, and honestly, like, their technology for manufacturing is kind of admirable, and I wish that more people would look into it because I think it's a really cool part of the game. Jokingly and not jokingly. Like, it is actually kind of a neat piece of lore. Can you interact with factory trees in adventure mode? Not really, but there's items sitting in them. Yeah, Japan does that in real life, Gondor. Example A, square melons. But also, you guys need to remember that a lot of my, like, be nice to the elves propaganda on this stream is partially just me having fun. Like, I do find this discussion to be interesting. I think the one thing that's really cool about fantasy racism just as a running joke or as a meme is it allows you to have some really serious discussions about serious, like, issues in the world in a very lighthearted manner, and I really enjoy that, which is part of the reason I talk about it when this comes up, is because I think it's fun. It makes some people, like, unreasonably angry, and I think that is a bit of a mask off moment for some people, and that kind of sucks. But to me, genuinely, I do find discussing this stuff fun. I find it very, very, very entertaining. You wish dwarves could speak with mountains so they could grow gold. Why gold? Gold is useless. It's just for making shiny hat. I mean, I like shiny hat. Shiny hat, good. But, like, but why gold? Why not, like, steel so that I can, like, skip the steps of having to make steel or something? It's just pretty. This is true. It is very pretty. I will not deny that. You love fantasy racism, but somebody who has watched a ton of anime, oh my god, is that it's the way that it's handled in so many series makes you want to cry. Like, how so? Nadaso over in YouTube chat. Like, just handled poorly? You know, like, if I can sit here and in a tongue-in-cheek fashion scold chat for being racist about elves, and everybody leaves friends at the end of the day, I think that is a really powerful, kind of important way to use media, just in general. If dwarves could summon goblins by speaking to the mountains? Ooh. I really hope no dwarves just fell in there. That'd be awkward. Alien Slayer meets with the Outpost Liaison Vubok, and they say, "You continue to impress. I've come to elevate the lands in the eyes of our realm." And we've moved up in the Dwarven world. And I'm gonna keep asking them to just bring me a bunch of bars. Just bring me bars. Bring me bars! They want rings and thread. Ooh. Can bring some clothing now that I finally actually do have some. Just the stuff that's, you know, been used a little bit. Lightly used clothing. And I think I actually didn't look. Well, they obviously didn't make it in with wagons. So, I can't quite sell furniture, which is what I kind of wanted to sell, but, you know. I'll just bring a gems bin. Chat, I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. 2 seconds. Hi. Thank you for the congratulations, Moon-Shaped. This fortress is moving up in the Dwarven world. Dwarven world. Why is there teeth there? There's an agitated giant honey badger tooth there. Get rid of that. How about you guys? How are you guys doing for ammunition? Well, some of you have ammunition, not quite everybody, but some of you. You also need to make water skins at some point. Just waiting for that bin to get over here. We're also going to need to get rid of all of these logs at some point. I have not seen pandas for sale once, no. What do I have for blocks? Let's just use phthalite. H. H. I see. There's one more tree that needed to be chopped down. And, oh boy. Well, running out of phthalite. So instead what I'm going to do is just do a 1-tile wide phthalite along the edge here. That's 17. And then what we need to do is I need to dig into this thing. So let's go along here, along here, along here. I also need to go up above it. And I need to probably just put glass floor in, realistically. Because this is going to be a covered walkway. What? There's no way in hell you don't have access to that. Huh. Not sure what's blocking access to this side, but we'll let them do the thing. All right, has stuff been brought? Yes, it has. Apparently the isekai anime has a real problem with people just being okay with slavery. Oh, you mean like people like getting stuck inside of other worlds being okay with like that world being really shitty and just like immediately integrating into that world even though that world is really shitty? Yeah, okay. Right, I know what you mean there. There's a donkey for sale. As a reminder, if you type an ! Goal, you can see what I can and cannot do on the map. So, just for those of you curious of the things that we can and cannot do, I can buy metal, but if I'm going to buy metal, I cannot use that metal for weapons. That is the rule that I have to operate within. I've got quite a bit of stuff I gotta sell. Because turns out, importing a whole bunch of cloth like that is expensive. And also, we need to start making nicer items. And I need to start using my gems for things aside from just, like, sales. This is a lot of precious fire opals I am selling. There we go. Trade. Done. Keeping the rest of the gem bin. And if you pause the game and do this, tell them to deconstruct it and undeconstruct it, then they just bring all the stuff out. And a glassmaker has been missing for a week. So do you remember how there was smoke that popped out and I was like, man, I hope that wasn't a dwarf. Well, I now have reason to believe that that was a dwarf. So, you know. Like, without a shadow of a doubt, reasonable belief that that was in fact a dwarf. You know, the thing that I've always hoped is that the elven gods would give the elves some sort of magical powers. Like, there's a really old, like, post where Tarn is talking about the elves for Dwarf Fortress, where he says, wouldn't it, basically where he's theorizing and stating, like, wouldn't it be cool if the trees could attack you? And there's a really, really, really old demo of before Dwarf Fortress released where a bunch of elves are on the map and a druid is with them, and the druid starts summoning the trees and the trees start attacking the dwarves. And that's something from like almost 20 years ago. And I really, really, really wish that that is a thing that trees could do, because that would be super fucking cool if they could literally just attack you with the trees. It's like suddenly Ents. Let's go. Because dwarves can draw images of Ents. Elves have druids. The leader of the elves are druids. If you go to the civilization screen, you go to elves. See, they're druid. They have a druid and a queen. They don't have a king and a queen. They have druids and queens. And then the princess is like the next highest in the elven family. And then they have their diplomats and their acolytes. Only once the magic update comes. Yeah, I mean, it would be really cool for them to have, like, organic golems or something. But, I mean, right now, their weapons are just based on how cool the animals they happen to have are. Because if they have large animals, that's just by default going to be really, really neat. And the druid made all your trees walk away. You have disgraced the trees in this area, so thus we shall show up and turn it into a desert. Get fucked. That would be pretty funny, actually. You really, if so, over in YouTube chat, if I ever get back into game dev stuff, I really want to make a colony sim game with a rune-based hard magic system as a central part of the world's premise. Huh. I could see that. I think, like, right now, colony sims it's a really difficult genre to get into, because it's one of those genres where people are so ingrained in the game that they like, and the games that they like are generally so highly developed that it's really difficult to have a new entrance into the series. Does that make any sense? It's like, I feel like games that try to make new colony builders just get so overshadowed by the competition that I wonder if it's even worth trying. You kind of wish the elves were more similar to Tolkien-ish elves? I can tell you for fact there is a mod for that. You want things to just be Tolkien? I'm pretty sure there is just a conversion for that. I just really like elves in Dwarf Fortress because they're not like Tolkien elves. I think that Tolkien elves are... I mean, this says something to the quality of Tolkien, but like Tolkien elves are the stereotypical elf, right? Does that make sense? It's like, that is the stereotypical fantasy archetype. And I like things that deviate from that. I like things that take that style aesthetically and change it and do parts of that completely different. Totally, but I think that there is a lot of resistance from an audience to things that are different in the fan base. Like, are there people that are interested in buying colony builders that are not, you know, the mainstream successes? Absolutely. There are totally people that are interested in that. However, when people are trying to make a thing, usually what the person wants is the best possible outcome, right? The highest possible outcome, the maximum possible outcome, right? They want a chance of becoming the next #1 in a genre. That's usually what people want when they're trying to make a game. And I'm not saying you shouldn't. I think you should try and make colony sims, because I think it's a really powerful genre that can have that there's a lot of room for it to grow, and there's a lot of space for new ideas. However, games that I've seen come out, haven't seen anything else take off and run with it in a massive, successful way, if that makes any sense. I don't think that means that it's impossible for something to be super successful. I think it's very much possible for something to be super successful. I just think it is pretty unlikely currently, right? No, that's not what I'm saying, Condor. Sag. The games that already exist have done really, really well. But it's the sort of fuck off with the incorporating AI into things discussion. If you're saying, I feel like incorporating shitty technology into video games is a good idea, just stop talking. The reality is there is a lot of games and it's a pretty busy space. And I've seen some really interesting, unique games come out and do well, like Songs of Six. I've also seen some really interesting and unique games come out and nobody notices them. So yeah, there are success stories, right? RimWorld is a huge success story. Oxygen Not Included is a huge success story. Dwarf Fortress is the classic success story. But I've seen more failures recently than I've seen runaway successes, right? Like, have you played Lords and Villians? Isn't it like that in all genres? Certainly, it certainly is. But the more niche the genre is, the harder it is to be one of those runaway successes, right? Like, certainly, I will say Songs of Six is very successful, right? But is Clanfolk? I mean, it was initially. Is Stardeus? You know, these are games that need to get very long-term development to reach their full potential, right? Yeah, exactly. You are competing with a smaller audience, a smaller overall audience if you're making a colony sim. Like, looking at higher budget ones like you know, Stardeus is just the one that I mentioned, but like, this thing doesn't even have 1,000 reviews. Which, like, that's not great for a game with a publisher who's taking probably 30% of their income, right? You know, games like Stranded, like, everything that I've heard out of this game is like, yeah, it sold pretty well. But, like, this game wasn't cheap to make. AI currently has a role of devaluing the overall value of a game. So when you use the buzzword, you devalue the game, right? If you want to say that this game uses intelligent systems to change its value, to change the difficulty on the fly, that's one thing. But if you're saying, we're just going to cram ChatGPT in there, you're cheapening it. Using the term AI when referring to video games literally cheapens it. So be careful when using buzzwords. Seth's videos always get games good numbers. But Seth's videos also always consistently make the community so unpleasant that a lot of people, myself included, avoid the game for a really long period of time after Seth makes a video. Because it is the fastest way to make a game almost unstreamable. AI is everything. AI is not LLM. Sure, certainly. However, AI is a term that has been poisoned into oblivion by marketing. So when you say AI, they've destroyed that term with marketing. Really shitty marketing, right? It's like you might as well say blockchain, right? Blockchain's interesting tech that has very real useful uses. But it's been marketed into the ground. Doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything. You say AI, I think annoying tech bro. So, but yeah, no, there's absolutely like examples of successes in the colony sim genre, but it's a pretty niche market. And if you're trying to make a video game, if you're making a video game for a niche, that's totally fine. Please do it. But set your expectations accordingly. You think that the hardest spot right now is being a small indie team with a publisher, and just with how all the revenue gets split? Yeah, imagine if like, because like you've talked about your revenue a couple times, Elfsire. It's like, imagine if you were getting 30% less right? Like you already have to pay taxes in your state, right? You already have to pay like income taxes on your like the income you're making from Steam. Now suddenly cut it in a third. Also, Ulfsire, since your game is out, do everybody on planet Earth a favor. Just stick it up on itch. Don't make your game a platform exclusive. I mean, I use AI to make my like shorts because of the subtitles I use. I don't type those out manually. That is generated by Adobe's machine learning BS. But like, that's not me using AI. It's just it's a tool that's built into Adobe. Darius would like to give a dwarf to Ulfsire. Chat room, are we giving a dwarf to Ulfsire? Also, speaking of Ulfsire, you should go buy Ulfsire's game. This is Ulfsire's game called Path of Acra. It is $10.39 Canadian buckaroonies, which means it's actually like $8 US. It's a build crafting game. It is very, very good. It is very, very fun. It's also a good second monitor game, or it's a good first monitor game if you like to focus and be very tactical. It almost plays like an auto battler if you want it to, and it is a great time. Crazy with partying and going insane with grief because of all of their mortal friends will die before their eyes every time, etc. You didn't realize Dev was here? Yep, the Dev is in fact in chat. All right, so I've got a dead dwarf, which means I need to figure out where I'm going to put tombs. I would like my tombs to not be shit, like my past few tombs. So chat room, Ulfsire's getting a dwarf. What kind of dwarf is Ulfsire getting? I mean, I realize I have a lot of glass makers. I'm seeing what else we have. I've got brewer. I got butchers. I got herbalists. I got a shearer. Got several recruits. Some children. Yeah, I did stream it when it was a browser game on itch. The thing is, AI is a tool. Certainly. I agree with that. It's also a tool that is nowhere near as useful as a lot of people want people to think it is. And it's also a tool that's getting over-pushed. And it's a tool that is getting projects that shouldn't get funded. If it was just a tool, we wouldn't hear about it. I wouldn't hear about it in every single time I look at my YouTube comments. I wouldn't hear about it every single time I look at a social media service. We wouldn't talk about it like this every day. If it was just a tool, entire websites wouldn't collapse because they decided to sell their entire like user base essentially for the purpose of creating these models, right? You know, you wouldn't have entire groups of artists protesting on places like, you know, ArtStation. It's not just a tool. It is a tool that needs regulation. It is a tool that needs laws. It is a tool that needs limits, and it's a tool that needs to stop being jammed down everybody's throats, because if you care about the future and the existence of those tool sets, then there's one thing you have to do. Allow the tool to be created ethically. The problem is it's a tool that in many cases hasn't been created ethically. And if you're going to make a tool using non-ethical practices or theft or using data without people's permission, you can get fucked. And your tool is officially useless. And that's how I feel about AI. Like for me, it's all about data, it's all about privacy, and it's all about where the data is coming from. And I refuse to acknowledge that all of that. I refuse to acknowledge the falsehood that the data is being acquired ethically. And I do genuinely believe that in a lot of cases, the negative effects outweigh the positive effects of popularizing the use of said tools. Also, the dwarf sleeping here in the food pile is now Ulfsire, who's married to Lore. And I think that you also have to look at the popular, and I'm not talking about the good, I'm talking about the popular uses of a tool, right? If you create a tool and the main use for it is shitty activity, fuck your tool. I do not care how useful that tool is and how many people use it for useful, good purposes. If you make a tool that benefits shitty people and allows shitty people to do shitty things, what's wrong with porn? There's nothing wrong with porn, Gondor. If all your tool does is it empowers people to be awful, congratulations. You've made a really, really crappy thing for the world. And if all you're doing is making crappy things for the world, stop. You shouldn't be allowed to do that. And right now we have so many problems already with tools that are bad because of the people who've made them, right? Facial recognition is one. You know, we have facial recognition that does a really good job recognizing people like me, but not necessarily so good at recognizing people of other identities, or ethnicities is probably what I should actually be saying, right? There is lots of examples of good technology out there that is shitty because it was made in a shitty fashion. We need to be better about that. And if you think that just willing something into existence is a good idea, we're very different. Because things shouldn't just be willed into existence. We need to slow down and think about it for a little bit. It can exist. I think the tech is really cool. Spell check is fantastic. I love it. But whenever AI comes up, and whenever these companies come up that are getting fuckloads of money, all you see them talking about is the possibilities. You never see them talking about the success stories. Okay, talk about what this shit's actually useful for. I don't give a shit about your experimental, long way off, pie in the sky movie generation program, OpenAI. Give me 5 things that people are using your tech for right now that is actively benefiting people, that was made in an ethical way, that is doing something useful for society. Don't come here and tell me, CEO of NVIDIA, about your vision of how any manufacturing plant is going to have a second, skyrise building to run the AI. Don't you fucking tell me that. Tell me what it's going to do and how it's better than the system we have right now. Exactly. That's my problem with AI. Is it's always people going, man, wouldn't it be cool if this did this? Sure, awesome, but it doesn't. So, explain. Right now, it's a fad, and it's a fad in tech. And when we have fads in tech, things do get developed and things do get better. Absolutely. But right now, all we have is a fucking massive pile of money, and people going, I want that! And so they're jumping on it and they're developing it. But unlike previous fads, like let's just say when these took off, there's no actual benefit aside from maybe somebody with no arms, no hands, and no ability to move being able to navigate a computer screen. And that's great. Give me a reason to want to use this tech aside from just, oh, great, fucking my web browser has a shitty AI assistant in it now? Cool. Well, I will disable that and never think about that again. Give me something good. Like, yeah, there's tools, there's small things here and there, and I agree, those are useful. I use them, right? I also use a little cough AI tool to balance my audio when I do audio recordings for videos. It's easier than me going through and doing it myself. It just like, thunk. It just removes pauses and loud noises, which is great. Saves me 10 minutes. But that's not exciting, right? Instead, just like we have app stores that are getting flooded with shitty AI girlfriends. And it's like, okay, cool. Well, what are the actual popular uses for this shit? Generating images of unconsensual porn, generating images of politicians saying things that they never did, scamming people. You know, like what is actually the main uses for this stuff in the public sphere? Shitty YouTube ads. That's not beneficial. And then whenever that comes up amongst these companies, they just zip their lip and stop talking because they know that it's a bad look, right? Anyway, I don't even know how long I've been talking. Let's read this dwarf's description. This is Ulfie. Oops, no, that's a cassette deck. This is Ulfsire. He is a nervous wreck. He rarely feels strong cravings or urges, is prone to strong feelings of lust, lives an orderly life, organized and neat, doesn't mind little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and doesn't seek out excitement. He is stubborn and he is somewhat quarrelsome. He is bothered by this since he values friendship, he can handle stress, and he has a greedy streak, and he takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he stares intently when he's thinking. And he chews his cheek when he's bored. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally, this dream was realized. He personally is disgusted by the idea of loyalty, finds introspection to be a waste of time, finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful, and likes putting stone and lay pewter and rhodolite and the color charcoal, maces and low boots and backpacks and bracelets, and horses for their strength and turtles for their shells, and the sight of the umber skirt, and when possible prefers to consume yellow bullhead and tuber beer, and absolutely hates fire snakes. You're married to Lore the Glassmaker, and you worship Tessum. You're a member of the Communion of Dominion, and you're a member of the Steel Mirrors and the Hot Sparks, and of course the Craftsdwarfs Guild. Welcome to the fort. It's not a particularly nice deck in my opinion, but it's the one that's on my desk. I have too many tape decks. I don't particularly like, what's the word? I'm not a huge fan of open world survival crafting games, which is very much the kind of archetype that CDDA falls into. So not a huge fan of that style of gameplay. I've never really been a fan of that style of gameplay. So it's not a game I particularly enjoyed playing the handful of times I gave it a shot. And yeah, not really a game for me. It's not bad, it's just not really one for me. But yes, I've played it for a couple dozen hours. Am I using a different font? No, but I am probably playing at a different resolution to you. Agamemnon is making an artifact. Did I just see body parts go flying by? Well, there's no combat. Be seeing things. I'm using it as a base builder. No, and I don't really care to. I don't think I will ever get into CDDA. The thing that I always say is, like, I like complicated games, but I only really have the mind capacity for one game of this scale. And the one game of this scale is Dwarf Fortress, and that's the one that I cover, and that's the one that I play. If you would like somebody who's playing CDDA, go watch Vorm, because Vorm plays CDDA, and he is very good at it. I would say he's sort of like the me of CDDA. I don't like open world survival crafting games, and I don't like the way CDDA does complexity. I think it's a very, very, very good game. I just think it's not a game for me. It's like I don't really have anything against it. Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead is CDDA. Have you ever covered Aurora 4X? I don't cover 4X games. Although I've gotten some friends into Aurora 4X. I don't stream 4X games, so. Although the one thing I'll say about Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead is if you're interested in trying it, go grab it off of GitHub. Do not buy it on Steam because it's a free open source game and the Steam version isn't representative of the game, really. The Steam version is just, do you like one of the particular people who work on it? Okay. Do you want to support that one dude? Okay. Then, you know, go support that one dude. But it's not representative of the overall project, so. If you decide retroactively that you want to go support him, then by all means, go grab it on Steam after the fact. But if you're just going to go try CDDA, don't buy it on Steam. Okay. So I need to figure out where I'm going to put tombs. I wish I liked... I wish I could play Frostpunk, because in theory it's a game that I would really, really like. But the thing that I kind of taught myself about myself when Frostpunk came out was, wow, do I very easily get motion sick, was the first thing that I learned about myself, because that game made me violently motion sick. And then the second thing that I have to say that I learned about myself when Frostpunk came out is I don't really like games that just feel bad, feel bad, feel bad, which is what that game does. It just like yells at you and tells you that you should feel bad. And I don't always find that to be satisfying as like not a reward mechanism, that's the wrong way to put it, but like as a form of progression. Just like the game, it was trying to punish me for enjoying the game for the bits that I did play of it. And I don't feel like I could ever get into that game. As cool as it looks and as cool as it seems and as neat as the ideas that it's playing with are, I find it really difficult to enjoy a game that just is actively trying to make me feel bad. It's heartache? I don't know if it's heartache necessarily. I don't know if I'd call it heartache. At least like that's not how I would describe it, but yeah, we'll do this. I think the aesthetics of Frostpunk are kind of awesome, though. I love the visuals in Frostpunk. It's, like, almost unmatched. Okay. I'm also going to go along here. And all the way along here. That, and I really wish that Frostpunk was, you know, not a story-based game. I wish it was a game that was a bit more open of a sandbox. But unfortunately, I don't get that. Wondering if I had a goose, so I could have a guard goose. All right, well, some migrants have arrived, and Porky Pig is becoming ham radio. And some more migrants arrive. How you doing, Ranger Rick? Trying to decide if you're going to give Frostpunk 2 a shot. I mean, I'm curious to know what... It doesn't make... That's the thing, though, is I don't feel bad for my citizens in video games. So it's like... yeah, no, it wouldn't make me feel miserable. It just makes me feel annoyed that you're trying to make me feel miserable. It's like I get upset with the game because the game wants me to feel bad, basically. Agamemnon has created an obsidian grate. Oh, that's new. The miner has created an obsidian grate and offers it to the hot sparks. What will I use for ammo? Wooden bolts. Wooden bolts and bone bolts. This is an obsidian grate. All craft workmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round red tourmaline cabochons and encircled with bands of cushion obsidian cabochons and point-cut green glass gems and rope reed. This object is adorned with hanging rings of obsidian and menaces with glass and menaces with spikes of obsidian and precious fire opal and emu leather. On the item is an image of larches in rope reed. Well, that's cool. I'm going to put that right here. And then down here, apparently I have a new driver that's ready to download. Thanks, NVIDIA. Down here is going to be a long walkway, and underneath this is going to be, or above it is going to be glass, and then the walkway itself is going to be filled with slabs. And I think what I'll start doing is I'll start building tombs off of the side of this when I need them. Heavier wood makes better bolts. The goal isn't to make bolts that kill. The goal is to make bolts that make things dodge. You still think breeding the invader badgers for bone is a good idea? I mean, it's not a bad idea. But what I need to do in order for that to work is I need to do this. Well, actually, I need to cut down the tree with the invading badger in it. But I need to make cage traps around the edges of this, along here and here. This dwarf is cave adapted. And then once these are full with cage traps, then I can chop down the tree for that badger and let the badger in. Try and catch it. But it is currently stuck in a tree. Badger, 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 indeed, yes. True story. I also still haven't dug down to the caverns. This is the longest I've gone in recent memory without digging down to the caverns. Mushroom, mushroom, yes. I'm glad we're all on the same page with this. Can wooden bolts be on fire? I've never successfully managed to do that, but we've talked about it a couple of times. I think the probable, the most likely form of defense that we're going to use for this is lava, geysers, and lava geysers and the bolts and the enemy's balance. That is the most likely form of defense we're gonna have. Because I just need to dig a really tall tube and make a tall building and then build right next to it, and I could very easily just make little lava eruptions like out here and such, which I think could be a lot of fun. You've seen soldiers have their meals set on fire? Their meals. One of my favorite things is when a soldier catches on fire in Dwarf Fortress, and then their flask or like alcohol carrying container boils, and the steam from that container puts out the fire on their person, which I've seen. That is really cool when that happens. Okay, so this is now set up and ready. I need ammunition storage, like right here. Let's just make 100 wooden bolts. We're gonna make a bunch of them. Not gonna care too much about the type of tree that we're using them for, but we just need bolts. We just need bolts. I'm gonna put obsidian and also green glass. Does lava mist give positive thoughts? No. No, it only gives no thoughts. I'm pretty sure lava mist gives no thoughts. And it makes future going forward thoughts harder to have. Sometimes impossible for some. Let's also place some floor bars here. Just gonna use black bronze. And I'm gonna go down into here. And I'm going to go all the way to the end of this. And I'm going to fill this up with obsidian. And this is where we're going to put our slab. It's going to be great. And since I'm in an ad break, I'm going to go up above. And I'm going to start putting green glass up here. It's a weird way to spell the word thoughts. You might want to spell check that again. Knap. No, because if, Bluntic, if you see a dwarf that's very close to lava, it actually heats them up. And you can actually see some dwarves start bleeding when they're in close proximity to lava, even if they are not engulfed in lava. So my assumption of what would happen is their body would start melting if they were suddenly encased in lava, even if they're in a safe cage. I could be wrong, but that would be my assumption. I do know that you can watch my video on dwarven weight loss, which is where you put a dwarf into a minecart, and then you put the minecart so that it then leaves the lava and then goes into water very quickly. And what that does is it, if there's a dwarf in the minecart, it makes them immediately start bleeding. And then it makes them dribble out dwarven fat, because the burning point or the melting point of fat is lower than the burning point of skin. in Dwarf Fortress, meaning if somebody catches fire, their fat will melt out faster than they will burn to death. Meaning, if you very quickly set a dwarf on fire and then very quickly put out the fire, they will slowly lose weight. So that's probably what would happen if you put them in a cage. They would probably their fat would probably melt out, and then they would probably just die. Oh, I never actually engraved that obsidian slab. Look at me. Giant honey badger is fighting. So somehow a giant honey badger made it into the fort, and I don't think any of my dwarves died. However, we do have another dead giant honey badger. That seems not great. I mean, what did it bite initially? It bit a herbalist. Okay, so it did some pretty bad damage to a herbalist. My mayor also fought with it. And once the mayor started fighting with it, it fell over, and it seems like there was a lot of punching. But it is dead, so I guess that's a good thing. Can I butcher it? Doesn't seem like it. What if I build a butcher's shop closer by? I realize it's mangled, but, you know, sometimes you get lucky. Did anyone fall off the bridge in the fight? I mean, I'm not sure, because the population just went up, so I wasn't paying attention. I haven't seen any notifications of dwarves missing, so we'll find out if we get a missing dwarf in the near future. What was the thing I was going to do? Okay. I think I need another brewery. Another steel. Seems like a dwarf did. Kogan, the herbalist, has been missing for a week. Let's make slabs. Let's make 10 of them. Make them out of obsidian. So that answers that question. Kogan did. Rest in peace, Kogan. You died too young, you dwarf. Oh, I'm sure. I mean, Kogan was a herbalist, so. No, here's the thing. I have empathy for citizens in video games. I just don't like it when games try to force it, you know? Because sometimes I really want to, like, work with and explore those systems, and sometimes I just want to build a city. And Frostpunk isn't a game that just lets you build a city. It's a story game, right? That has, like, a city builder glued around it, right? Which is cool, but not really what I want from a city builder. Bebin Sours. Got any doctors? I have a dwarf named Bim. I have no idea if they're any good at it. They became chief medical dwarf because I needed one. So if you'd like Bim, I could give you Bim. Rutro, are you hurt? I doubt it. I don't see you in the hospital. Never mind, you are in fact in the hospital and seriously injured. You're thirsty and your ability to stand is lost, probably because I don't have a traction bench. What treatment do you need? You need cleaning, dressing, cleaning, dressing, cleaning, dressing, cleaning, dressing, cleaning, dressing. You'll be fine. Diagnosis required, crutch required. Here, I'll put a chest in there so they can get the crutches in there. Do I have a water source? In the fort? No. There's puddles above ground, though. There is no aquifer on this map, which is really annoying. I actually do need to go down to the caverns pretty soon. But there is plenty of water on the surface. It just takes a little while to get it. Really, really give you Vault Tech vibes? Someone just has too much Fallout on the brain, I think. Bebin Sours. He's hauling whip vines. He enshrews practical concerns for philosophical discussion, puzzles, riddles, and the world of ideas. He is gripped by crippling shyness, and he is prone to strong feelings of lust, has a calm demeanor, and often experiences strong cravings and urges. Very shy, also lustful. Check, that's too real. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, lives a fast-paced life, tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He currently is even more rude and currently is more fearless and needs alcohol to get through the working day, like most dwarves. Dreams of crafting a masterwork, and this dream was realized. Personally, values romance, sees competition as wasteful and silly, and does not care about fairness. He likes platinum and tapizolite and giant green tree frog bone, and short swords and scepters and ballista parts, and when possible prefers to consume artichoke and absolutely hates slugs. He is married to Amethyst, the glassmaker, and he's a member of the Hall of Barricading, a member of the Armored Company, and of course a member, the Chief Medical Dwarf, and member of the Hot Sparks, and you're a member of the South Creed, one of the most popular religion and first religion that we built a temple for in the fortress. Welcome to the fort. And I'm gonna check how we're doing on cloth real quick. Okay, let's do yarn socks and yarn shoes. Yarn sock. Yarn shoe. And let's just do 80 and 80. A lot of dwarves need new socks and shoes, as we are still getting these boulders cleaned up. All right, so Kogun needs to be memorialized. You and a friend have been replaying New Vegas. You forgot how much you enjoy it sometimes. I really, 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 really want Microsoft to stop being a bunch of dickbags and closing a bunch of studios and instead make, like, just let Obsidian make New Vegas 2. I won't play it, but people want that, so let them have it. Just let them make that. They could do that. They have the ability. They certainly have the money. Because, like, you know, Bethesda's gonna go make a new Elder Scrolls next. So, like, just let them do that. Be a good feel-good moment for everybody. There is a donkey in my hallway. It shouldn't be. You're currently spinning a lot of llama wool thread. You right here. Does anybody know a way of automating shearing? Like a command for automating shearing in Dwarf Fort that doesn't use DFHack, obviously. That doesn't cause the game to grind to a halt framerate-wise. Because I know how to, like, you know, just automate it, like, but I find every time I do, it just makes the framerate crash. Moonshaped, thank you very much for the brand new subscription. Greatly appreciate you, mate. Give a AAA publisher in the last 5 years give players anything they want. Does Final Fantasy VII Remake count? Because people did really want that. Pretty sure Final Fantasy VII Remake was something people really wanted. Okay. Got the 2 tombs done. Now we're making cheese. And also piles of llama wool yarn. Emergency free money button. I don't know. Quick, chat. Try and think. What AAA publishers have given players something that they want in the last 10 years? While I go refill my water, I will be right back. Also, I just realized I had my camera off that whole time. While I go refill my water, I will be right back. For some reason, I guess, yeah, Capcom with the RE4 remake. I think Capcom seems to be pretty good these days because Capcom, like, you know, Street Fighter 6. People wanted a more accessible Street Fighter. I think that Street Fighter 6 is probably a pretty decent example of that idea. I think I only have a few buckets, which is the problem here. But I do think that, like, Capcom is a pretty good example. Just with stuff they've done. Let's see if I station this squad right here. They all have bolts. See what they can do against a giant honey badger. I wouldn't say Larian. Larian is not a AAA studio. They are technically an indie studio. And we're talking about, like, big publishers. So, and I don't really think that Wizards of the Coast counts as a big video game publisher. Oh shit, we're out of drinks. Apparently. Empty food storage item. Okay. Let's make rock pot. Glass barrel. Green glass barrel. Pot? Green glass pot. We'll do that. Let's do 500 green glass pots. We'll make those. Because right now we're just making blocks. I'm gonna go to a couple of these and, oops, nope, not that. And pause the production of these blocks. Get them making pots. All right, let's see how long it takes them to kill this honey badger while firing bolts. And in the case of this dwarf, also while vomiting. Let's station you closer, or not. It's fine. Stadia died a good couple number of months ago, yes. Like, almost years ago now. Stadia's been fully shut down for a minute. Dying Light 2 has been implementing fan feedback, but there's still tons of criticism. Yeah. Dying Light 2 was a bad launch that is improving. No, moon-shaped? Because, like, isn't the problem with sports games that they, like, don't listen to feedback generally? Kogan's been found dead. Oh, wow. Huh. Well, that's interesting. All right. Well, anyway, the giant badger appears to have jumped down now after taking a couple more bolts, specifically bruised by custard apple bolts. Maybe I could send the squad back inside, but it appears to just be instead killing that dwarf, and Zulban is now dead. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. I have a feeling this is gonna go badly. I should probably, you know, bring the dwarves back inside. That's 2 dwarves dead. Yeah, let's just bring the dwarves back inside. Maybe more specifically station them in here, because I am gonna need to widen these walls a lot. So I have a feeling that they're, you know, not really gonna be super keen on standing outside. I also need wooden cages. Let's just make 12 of them, 20 of them. Wooden cage, and let's try and make them all out of the same type of wood if I can. Coffee wood, that works. Coffee wood cage. Apparently JJ was also among the ones that fell, so rest in peace, JJ. We're gonna go down to here, and I need 4 tombs. Say 1. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll make 5. This one can be slightly smallified. Do that. Do this. And there we go. This colony is inspiring you to fire it up. Well, it's getting interesting all of a sudden. But the moods are going to turn kind of south. Another dwarf was found dead. I'm probably going to need another tomb. But let's get some bedrooms made. I'm proud of myself, chat room. For years, I was very much, it's not a colony, it's a fortress. And I still kind of feel that way. It's not a colony, it's a fortress. If it's a colony, you're playing RimWorld. But I've gotten better about not correcting people. I'm proud of myself, Chad. The glass texture is so pleasing to look at. Yeah, it's going to be great when it's covered in blood. All right, let's do this. Yeah, in order for the military dwarves I have to be even remotely useful, they need to be under that cover. But even then, they're still going to start puking. So I'm going to have to probably find other forms of defense. Vamp in the fort? No. It was definitely just a honey badger that ran around and attacked a bunch of dwarves named Bale Med, who is now dead. So how the hell does dying to a giant honey badger equal vampire in the fort? I do not understand your thought process, friend. Does the Steam version make any reference to the god of Armok? So fun fact, no version of Dwarf Fortress has ever made reference to the god Armok with the exception of the older version's main menu screen. Armok doesn't exist in the world of Dwarf Fortress. So, no. No, it doesn't. Because no version ever has outside of the main menu. Is there any way to tell if the OG7 are still alive? Only if you wrote down their names. Because the game doesn't hold the same kind of importance to the OG7 as the players do. It's the players who equate importance to the starting 7, whereas the game doesn't really care. Okay, so I'm going to drop the number of this down to just a handful. I'm going to remove all of this. Basically, making this work a little slower. Really? Why'd you stop after just a few chunks mined out? Probably to go drink, if I had to bet. Here come the green glass pot. This is the rye beers in them. I'm going to make a stockpile here for rock pots. Or just pots in general. I think they're called large pots, but we'll just call it pot. Finished goods, furniture, large pot, and food storage. That's what we need. What do you think is the most organic way to enter DF? You just bought the game and you almost feel a little overwhelmed with all the stuff on screen. Play one thing at a time. Just start slow. Don't worry about understanding every single system in the game because you will drive yourself insane. That's just kind of a fact. You will drive yourself insane. So don't worry about it too much. Of course, enjoy playing the game and do your damnedest to learn how to play, but like, don't worry too much about trying to learn everything because you will go nuts. I have lots of tutorials. Ask people for help if you run into problems, and don't worry about it too much. And remember, you will lose, and just let it happen and enjoy that process because losing is part of the game, and losing isn't a loss like it can be in a lot of games. When you lose in Dwarf Fortress, it is simply time to move on to a new part of the world, and the world lives on. So a loss in Dwarf Fortress isn't really a loss like it would be in a more normal game. Because this game is more of a sandbox and less of a, more modern game, it is a game that you can interact with, and your time in your fortress will be brief potentially, but it is a way for you to interact with the wider world. And yeah, you can also always reclaim a lost fortress. And don't worry about trying to do everything in your first fort. And if stuff falls, sometimes it's better to let it collapse than it is to try and save it. And the reason I say that is because, especially while you're learning the game, if a fortress falls and everybody dies, okay, that's sad. But the world lives on, and that location lives on in the world. And you will go into your next fort with the knowledge from the last fort. And that, I do think, is how you progress within the world. And I think that that's a very fun mechanic that not a lot of other games replicate. By that, I mean I don't know of any. Replicate that mechanic, the world living on persistently like that. And if you've played other games that kind of fall into colony sim genres, you probably already have some basics baked into your brain, but just remember that Dwarf Fortress is more of a god game than any of those games, meaning you'll never really have direct control over what your dwarves do, and sometimes they'll do something stupid, and that's okay. Point and laugh and move on. You can't fix stupid, and you can't fix every dwarf. And some of them are going to do something stupid at some point, and it's going to make you go, and that is what it is. Especially since this is a glass fort. I mean, they can throw stuff, but they can't do it as a primary weapon in Fortress mode. You mean Mark's dwarves hurling rocks? No, I understand what you mean, but like in adventure mode, you can just like search for rocks on the ground and then throw those. Like I'm aware of what you mean. Although if you want to see dwarves throw rocks, just put coins everywhere, because coins kind of act like rocks. And then the second a tantrum breaks out, you will see a lot of dwarves just explode when they get hit with coins. Which is kind of funny. In a very morbid way. Okay, so we can get some of the first dwarves buried here. As the moods begin to drop. I also need to make a better hospital. because we are clearly beginning to get attacked, which is good. I'm looking forward to that. Or I've been looking forward to that, I guess. Here's hoping my cage traps can be effective. I really like the way alcohol containers with made of glass look, like the green glass pots. Like, I don't know, man, I love the way they look. It's 4x4 overkill? Not everyone does 2x2. Look at the size of my bedrooms. Make your bedrooms as big as you want to make them, as often as you want to make them that big. And don't worry about what other people do. And certainly ignore the meta for Dwarf Fortress, because it's one of the dumbest games to possibly have a meta in the world, in my opinion. And Glassmaker's been taken by a Fey Mood. Why clear glass? Because it's a pain in the ass to make, Gondor? Oh, sorry, Knep. Dwarf Fortress had a meta? Dwarf Fortress has had various metas over the years, yes. But, you know, they've always been silly. It's also had various styles that get popularized that then everybody does. And then they often insist that that's the only way to play the game, which is very silly. I don't know if I would say they're mostly workarounds. I would say it's like, you know, the people that insist on building a little room around every single workshop, right? Stuff like that. I wouldn't call things like quantum stockpiling a meta. I wouldn't call things like, I'm in an ad break. I wouldn't call things like atom smashing a meta. I would say specific styles of room design, the weird obsessive need to have steel in every single run, stuff like that. Like, you know, ignore the fact that you can buy cool big wooden items, or not big wooden items, cool big monsters from elves and instead just make wooden items and piss them off for the Lamaus. That kind of stuff is what I would describe as a Dwarf Fortress meta. So, that sort of stuff. You cannot search for a creature type in the Legends menu. The search functionality in Legends leaves a lot to be desired. How many times have you heard me advise it? Atom Smashers, that be. Because I cannot remember the last time I told somebody to use an Atom Smasher. I don't think that everybody's going around stating that that's the only way to play. I don't generally see that. So, either I'm ignorant, which is possible, or I don't think it's quite as much of a meta as you think it is. I'm the exception. Apparently I'm the exception to a lot of things. But, like, I don't see that amongst... I mean, maybe Nookrium. But... trying to think of, like, people who do YouTube content that I don't watch that much. Only me and Krug haven't advertised Smashers. I mean, I advocate for throw it into the volcano. People still make water jet cannons? I mean, I do. Yushrir the Glassmaker has created Borush Elastulil, a green glass window, and offers it to the hot sparks. Well, that's nice of you. I will add that to my other artifact window. You don't think you've seen Nook use one? Yeah, Nook is just in such a bad time slot for me. I just never see his stuff. Okay, who's the most pissy dwarf? Zuglar. Oh no! Oh no! Naked baby. Very upset. What are you so upset about? Okay, so this baby was born in autumn of this year, and literally the first thing this baby saw is a dwarf die. Literally all that baby has seen in their life is somebody die. That's kind of very upsetting, actually. I'm so sorry, baby. I will work to fix this problem by removing the dead things from above ground. I too would be upset if I was in that baby's position. Okay, well, we've made some more tombs now. Here's hoping all of the bodies get dealt with. Hopefully quickly. All right, let's get that other window into this area once we get an opportunity to. Yeah, Nookrium is a YouTuber who saw a lot of success making tutorials for Dwarf Fortress a number of years ago. He saw a lot of success making tutorials on older versions of Dwarf Fortress. And I think some of his older tutorials are pretty good, and I think some of his older tutorials aren't great. He very much, like, I like the dude. He makes good content, but a lot of his tutorials are very much just, I'm going to read the wiki for 45 minutes, which isn't bad, but it's something that I try to avoid doing because I don't know. I don't like watching tutorials like that. And I always want to see a creator try and put their own spin on creating tutorials for a game. So, you're being summoned to lunch. Alrighty, Elfie. Well, we'll see you once you're done with lunch. I need to figure out where I'm going to put the hospital. I'm thinking back here. I think that this will be a nice spot for it. So let's build an actual hospital. Let's do that. But he does some pretty great Dwarf Fortress streams over on YouTube. Don't see a glass making tutorial in the playlist? I'm pretty sure I have one. If I don't have a glass making tutorial, let me know and I can fix that. But it's pretty simple. You just make a sand zone. Sand collection zone, one of these, over top of sand. They can also collect it from sand walls. So don't worry too much about, like, you know, since they can collect them from walls like this, don't worry too much about fungus growing or anything. Then what you're going to do is you're going to, once you've, built the sand wall, what you're going to do is you're going to, or found the sand wall, you're going to make the glass furnaces. Then you need empty bags. The empty bags are then filled with sand. Sand bags can be found in the stockpiles screen if you want to make stockpiles for them. And then once you've got your sand bags, and as well as your glass, then you can just make green glass stuff. And then for clear glass, it's a little bit more complicated. And crystal glass, it's significantly more complicated. Kind of tempted to make clear glass for the hospital, actually. Let's just do green around the edges, and I'm going to think about it for a second. You know what? Yeah, I've got enough wood lying around. I don't feel too bad about making ash and pearl ash. I'm just going to make 2 wood furnaces. Place one here. Make you out of schist. Place one down here and make you out of schist. And let's go up here. Make ash. And I'm just going to do 80. And I'm going to repeat this seasonally. If ash is less than 10. Well, if ash is less than 50. Well, if ash is less than 70. We will repeat that. And then let's make lye, which requires an ashery. We're going to do these, maybe not quite the same. Let's make 25 lye. If the amount of lye is less than 20, and if the amount of ash is greater than 50, we'll say. And then from there, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make an ashery. In order to make an ashery, I need a spot to put it. Let's build a little more glass on the ground here so we have somewhere to put it. I'm gonna start making pearl ash. And pearl ash, we'll make 25. And we'll repeat that monthly if the amount of pearl ash is greater than 20. No, never mind. If the amount of potash, yes. Oh, wait, no, I need to make potash, not pearl ash. Anyway, it's greater than 20. Not lye. Could also make lye and make soap. Okay, why not? Potash from ash. And 25. The amount of ash is greater than 50. Okay. Then I can make pearl ash, lye, and ash. And yeah, I just need to get some asheries in here. Asking is the best way to make sure that there isn't antimata. The way you redeem a dwarf is by using the dwarf redemption command if you happen to have enough channel points here on Twitch. It's not cheap. But currently the last one was 36 minutes ago, and it's got a 45-minute cooldown. But yeah, pro tip, don't ask. If you would like a dwarf, either beg a tier 2 or tier 3 subscriber to nominate you, or be very quiet and stealthy. Otherwise, if you ask while it's up, it'll probably no longer be up by the time you're done asking. We're going to make 10 wooden barrels and wooden buckets. that I can make asheries. And Radu Constantine is over here saying, hey, Antimatter, would you like a dwarf? Chat, does Antimatter get a dwarf? On behalf of Radu Constantine. The question is yes or no. How do you vote? Where did this water come from? Well, there's mud there. That's interesting. Okay, chat rooms. Now, what kind of dwarf do you get? Are we going to give to our new dwarf haver here, Antimata? What kind of dwarf? I mean, obviously there's lots of glass makers. And to Antimata, do you want a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? A workshop that makes a barrel. Please go make me barrel. Or I require barrel. Let's go here. And let's go ashery. Which I'm going to make out of schist. I just need to wait for another barrel. Angriest dwarf? It's a baby, though. I feel like that's mean. I'll give them the angriest non-baby dwarf that has a beard. Amos, the blacksmith, is almost happy about his life. He is in a constant state of internal rage, is not a private person, freely complains about the details of his life, and is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture or appearance. He accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. Often feels envious of others, generally finds himself to be hopeful about the future, and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. And let me check something real quick. Yeah, that's good. Though he is conflicted by this, since he believes in the importance of the rule of law, and he is quite polite and he is trusting. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and is pleased by his appearance and talents. He scratches his head when he's nervous, and when he's trying to remember something, he usually starts tapping his feet. I think I'm going to make this dwarf into the captain of the guard. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and is getting used to tragedy. And the reason I say I think that this dwarf should be captain of the guard is because he values the law. He personally values tranquility and a peaceful day and sees merrymaking as a waste, and values self-control and views loyalty unfavorably. He likes tin glaze and bismuth bronze and lace agate and cashew wood and giant cave spider silk and suns and flasks and giant bobcats. For their short tails of impossible, prefers to consume yak cheese, chicory, and quinoa beer and buckwheat flour, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. And he has a pet rooster. So chat room, I've been seeing this kind of thought recently. And by thought, I mean like statement that some people seem to agree upon, because I've seen it a number of times recently, which is there seems to be this kind of weird dissent in the Dwarf Fortress community. And I'm curious to know your guys' thoughts on it. And this is the weird growing suspicion / opinion that Zack and Tarn have stopped caring or working on the game as hard since they made millions of dollars. And I have a question. Where is that thought coming from? I don't get it. Because I've been seeing it more and more recently, and I just kind of don't bother responding to the comments when they pop up on YouTube. But genuinely, where is that coming from? And why do people think that? Because I just, it's weird to me how often it's popping up, and it's coming from different people. It's like if it was just one person who was angry, okay, whatever. That happens all the time. Like, it's fucking, people need to take a nap occasionally and realize that there's more to life than video games. But like, at the same time, I'm seeing it often enough that I'm trying to figure out why they think that. You feel like these comments are from people that didn't play DF Classic and just heard about it? Oh, certainly. I think there's probably like a degree of like new blood that's causing that, or like new takes or new opinions, or new people to the games community. I think there's definitely a degree of that, but like at the same time, it doesn't fully explain why that opinion is happening. Too many green demons ended your run? Oh no! Sounds incredibly illogical. Yeah, I don't know. It's just odd. It's one of the most exciting content updates in a while, and I doubt that at all that they've been working. I don't doubt at all that they've been working hard on it. I mean, I don't think they've really even started working on it, but when it comes to myths and magics, anyway. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of, I guess, flabbergasted that I keep seeing that take popping up. It's an interesting take. In YouTube chat, somebody says, it always amazes me how much people undervalue the idea of self-fulfillment as a reason to work on things. Yeah. Very much so. I think it's because a lot of people don't have self-fulfilling lives, so they couldn't imagine why somebody would want to work on something because they like it. I haven't played yet and only seen your videos, but DF comes across as dev's magnum opus / passion project. So yeah, no, I mean, that's what it comes across as for me. Like, admittedly, development has been really slow. Like, it has. Like, that is very true. It has been very slow. However, that doesn't mean that they're not working on it. And that doesn't mean that they're not being passionate while working on it, right? Like, development has been slower than Dwarf Fortress development is usually as of late. And the reason it's been that slow is not because they're not working on it. It's because they've been rebuilding the UI for 2 modes, and both of them have a lot of UI regardless of if you like both modes or not. And at the very least, like, the modes are more or less done at this point, UI-wise. It's just a matter of finishing the last few screens for adventure mode. And, well, then we're pretty much back to normal, which is still slow development, but it's like every 6 months you get a decent sized patch with a bunch of new features for one mode or both modes, or even Legends and World Gen as well. So, I don't know. I'm looking forward to Dwarf Fortress being able to get back to its more normal pace of development. Peasant has been found dead? I don't even know what happened. Is there an angry hornbill flying around? There is, in fact, a agitated hornbill, as well as a agitated honey badger and an agitated peacock. Well, that's really funny. But I was able to get the honey badger into a cage. But the agitated peacock is kind of funny. Named Blue Peacock. Yep. That is really funny. And there's just, like, blood appearing everywhere. Also, apparently a peahen attacked us. And I found Lore's arm. Seems bad for Lore's health. I really need to finish most of this work outside, guys. This is kind of tough. Also need to finish making that hospital that I've started. Tarn has stated that they have very little interest in doing DLC for Dwarf Fortress, purely because the free version of the game is free, and it would be quite difficult for them to support a free version of the game while also having a DLC option. In a way, Dwarf Fortress kind of has DLC now. I mean, you can buy the second soundtrack, but that's about as far as it goes. I know Tarn says that they've warmed up to the idea of DLC a little bit, but they wouldn't do it in a way that locks content away from people. The one time I've talked to Tarn about this, his response basically was like, yeah, we don't want to do DLC in any way that like removes content from people or makes it harder to access content in the video game, but they could be convinced to do like an art pack DLC where it's like, here's just an art book in PDF form, stuff like that. I'd be okay with like them hiring a new set of artists and getting them to make a new tile set for the game and then selling a new tile set. I think that would be kind of cool. But that's about all I'd want them to do. Just like completely optional shit. The elves have arrived to trade with us, which means we're not totally at war with the elves yet, which is interesting. I kind of thought we were. Okay. That's an agitated hornbill. It appears that I do have a bunch of dwarves that are currently fighting with it. They're firing bolts at it, and it is bleeding, even though they're just wooden bolts. There is a dwarf in the middle of it with a pickaxe, and it fell. And there's smoke coming up, which makes me wonder, is that a dwarf? Did a dwarf fall in? Is that not a dwarf? What is that? How'd that happen? That seemed bad. Anyway, what are we getting attacked by now, and where is it? Okay, there's still an agitated hornbill, which is pretty far away. Let's keep you guys in here. I'm seeing more bolts flying out. Here come the elves to trade. More bolts are flying. Ah! Bunch of agitated giant wrens. I think what I need to do is actually make a burrow. I think that's what I need to do. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to make a burrow. Fortunately, this will be quite easy for this fort, but let's go all the way across. All right, done. Everybody should be assigned to this because I think my dwarves need to get the fuck inside, like right now, because this seems bad. Glassmaker's been found dead in a puddle. Lovely. Another dwarf was found dead. And we've got this dwarf who is running around doing dwarf things. Defending the fortress, as you do. And I've got dwarves that are insisting on stationing somewhere very inconvenient for me. I want you guys to station in the safe place, but instead they're insisting on stationing not necessarily in the safe place, but possibly in a very unsafe place. So that's not good. But it is what it is. Let's actually just tell them to go stand here. And let's make some green glass hatch covers. Make 10 of them. We'll cover those. Also got diplomacy. Greetings from the woodlands. We have much to discuss. Whatever possessed you to brave these wilds, where our animal friends are larger than your kind than usual, we do not know. But know that this land is sacred to us, and these trees more than any others. How many? I can chop down 3 trees this year. I will attempt to grant this request. So only 8 trees for the year. Which basically means don't chop down any trees. That's what that actually means. Although, actually, I'm just realizing I can't do this. A lot of this is stuff that'll upset them. But I can sell them some stuff. Like the giant cave spider silk stuff. Cave spider silk. And the pigtail shoes. For leg wears, we can't do those, 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 can't do those. Okay, well, here's hoping. Oh no! I think Darius died, because I no longer have a Captain Dwarf. Well, so I don't think... Yep, there he is. Darius Dwarftrin has been found dead by one of my militia dwarves. He fired a bunch of bolts very successfully and got into a fight with a giant wren, which is very unfortunate. I'm actually just going to tell my military to stand right here. And Creed would like to get a dwarf named, and we've got another giant agitated wren attacking, and we've got another militia dwarf dead, and then we've got Wuggy who's just running by. And the wren just goes up and kills my tactical bacon, which is very unfortunate. Let's see. What actually do they have to sell? They will sell us fruit. Okay, well, I will trade then. Never mind, I will not trade, because I can't... That's too much value. So instead, I will trade for half of it. And I think I'm actually going to stop the dwarves from bringing stuff into trade, because shit's too dangerous right now. Well, let's bring a dog up here. Got another dwarf dead. Okay, what are we currently under attack by? All these birds. God damn. So many dwarves have been killed. It's actually, like, kind of intense. Let's do cage trap. And cage trap. Cage trap. And cage trap. And just make sure that the burrow allows for this zone. Child comes running in. Yeah, I would too. It's area danger. Glassmaker's been found dead? Oh! That's why stuff's being found dead, is because they are in the fort. That explains it. All right, well, let's go deal with this giant wren then. Send the military in. Probably should have checked where it was. Well, not super effective on that mark, but let's send the dwarves back up here and wait. They go and give it a name. Oh, trust me, it's had a name for a bit. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for all the dwarves who have died in the last 10 minutes? That's where it's getting interesting. The agitation rate has a rate that it decreases at. So you basically have to wait for it to decrease so that they cease to be as agitated. But is there a way to de-agitate an animal that's already agitated? No. You just kill it. Okay, so let's see where the rest of them are. There's one right there. There's one right there. They're all pretty high up. And there's one right here. Okay, well... Also, now that I think about it, this area needs to be in the burrow. Milk animal. Make cheese. Which you are still doing, apparently. And process plants. Shear animal. And spin thread. Okay, great. I got potash. Now I need to make a kiln to make pearl ash. There's the one missing part of this that I need. Okay. Let's wait a few turns while the military gets back up here. You're going off to go pick up equipment. That seems like a really good way to die, Dwarf. The DF music, Radu? What do you mean by the DF music? I mean the guy who plays the polka while playing the DF? Because he does do that. It's just these three left. Well, I'll let the military hang out here and do military things. I'm also going to unsuspend that. Wait for these agitated hornbills to go get dealt with. Militia captain comes back. There's a lion tamarin sitting on my drawbridge. All right, well, I need to fight these birds. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tempt these birds into fighting with me by doing something very simple and also kind of silly. I'm going to go tell my soldiers to go stand on the pyramid. As some migrants arrive, run inside, you doofuses. There's scary things afoot or afloat above ground. Let's just see if they can get out of here quick. Let's see. A flight? A wing? Sure. Although, actually, now I wonder if they can even get up there. Nope, they really can't. But I can send them here. Because here come the birds. Okay, maybe I actually just want to tell them to station here. That's actually what I think I need to do. Because birds are about to attack. Yep, here they come. Let's just jump into this and say, hey, all of you newbies, get into the burrow. Get inside, if possible. Because that is the safest place for you to be located currently. Question is where are the giant birds? Stray boar's been missing for a week. Okay, well, there's this one. There you. How about you? There you. Okay, so they are all quite high up above ground. Send the military right there. Let them move up. The birds and dwarves will try to swim in lava. No, they won't. What? Makes you think they will? Nothing tries to swim in lava unless you make it. Keeping an eye out for combat logs. Let's move them up here. A little bit higher up. While that dwarf runs inside. Guys, run over here. Then run over here. Back over here. Where's Big Angry Birds? Pretty far away. Well, we're going to send the military over to approximately where Big Angry Birds are currently located. And I will keep an eye out for combat logs. Meanwhile, the South Creed would like a upgrade, which reminds me that Creed would like a dwarf. Creed, would you like to be a religious figure in the South Creed? It's probably your best chance at a long life in this fort. Okay, well, I need to figure out where I put the South Creed, so let's do that first. I think it's this one. Yes. Okay, so I need to increase the value of this particular temple by quite a large margin. So we're going to go, okay, 7 windows, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 windows. We'll place those. Can also smooth these walls is something we can do. I'm also going to get them to come in here and engrave all of this obsidian. And we're going to start doing a little bit of a checkered board pattern. Just a little bit. Not too much. We'll see what else we need. And I'm going to put those in there, and I'm going to put a door and a door. And then I'm going to jump back above ground, and we're going to follow my dwarfs, if possible. They're still picking up equipment. Dwarf, come on. Where are you going here, dwarf? To pick up equipment. Great. All right, we're going to send these dwarves back inside for a little bit. And keep a low-key, approximate idea of where these big birds are, and just hope they don't come bother us too much for a little bit. Why would you sit in a temple? Simply sit on the floor cross-legged and meditate. Like any good temple goer should. Although I wonder, actually, do I have temples? Or somewhere to sit? I could put somewhere to sit in here. I'd also put in tables. I don't have that many places to sit, though. Combat logs? Oh, I get it. I was like, wait a second, what do you mean? That's how elves fight. Oh, because, right, duh. I understand the joke now. Haha. I'm going to remove this glass window, and I'm going to remove this glass window. These are 2 artifact glass windows. I'm going to make some extras. And I'm going to put these windows in the entryway for this place. And the elves have embarked on their journey. And there we go. Bonesaw's made a new demand. Okay. He wants a Billin statue in his bedroom. I can do that. Chat, what do I make the Billin statue? Of? What do you think? What kind of animal or creature should I make a statue of? You know, the giant wren's not a bad idea. Just because of recent events. Giant honey badger could also work. Specify new image of a creature. Giant wren. Just an image of a giant wren, and we're gonna call it the angry, the silvery hate, the angry. The angry hate is the name of it. And since we've done all of this, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to make a lava kiln so that I can make pearl ash. And then I can start making clear glass. Should also make a soap maker shop because we have lye as well as potash. So I'm just going to go over here and make a soap maker shop. We're going to make this out of granite. Let's just make soap from tallow. Make 50 of it. I don't actually know how much tallow I have. None, from the looks of the thing. What's the best way to restrict civilian dwarves from going deeper into the mine? Make burrows. Make burrows. For the love of everything dwarfy, make burrows. I'm gonna eat a bunch of llamas, because I do have a bunch of baby llamas. So let's just make llama stew. And the subsequently llama soap. Okay, so we're gonna recognize a high priest who's now Kel. And our new priest is going to be Swaghammer, because Swaghammer should be a priest. So Kel is going to become Creed. Creed has poor memory, perfectionist, good spatial sense, good analytical ability, and is in love with Kubok, who is a glassmaker in the fort. You have many a friend, quite a popular figure, is obsessed with details and will often take a great deal of extra time to make sure that things are done the right way. He does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs, does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations, works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess, often feels envious of others, occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand, and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He tends to be swayed by emotional appeals, has a sense of duty, doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and isn't particularly ambitious. He tends to make small messes with his own possessions, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, personally finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, and likes borax and copper and crystal cola and giant cave spider silk, alpaca wool, naff fabric, and helms and cabinets and flasks, and the words of the lark of cavorting, and the sound of the zephyr of glimmers, and when possible prefers to consume sea lamprey and swamp whiskey, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. You're a member of the South Creed and the Steel Mirrors, of course, and you're also the former Holy Pearl, which was the previous highest rank, and now you are the Highway, not to be confused with a highway. You are the Highway of the South Creed, and you've been teaching weaving recently. Just found a bronze colossus and it killed tens of elves. Tens of elves? What, like in your fortress it showed up, or in adventure mode? Okay, so I do have a agitated giant wren captured. And there's a dead dwarf right there. So we need to get a bunch more dwarves set up, I think. And I also need more cage traps, or dwarves' tombs set up is what I need. So what we're going to do is we're going to go down here. I'm going to look at these extra tombs and go, need more tombs. Because I just lost a bunch of dwarves. Evening fog. I hope prep is going well. For those of you who don't know, Fog here is assisting me with the hot potato charity event. Okay, so let's go here and say agitated. Right, Ren? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in here and I'm going to disable this, which will hopefully allow the dwarves the opportunity to, you know, deal with the other agitated animals. You've sent me some sneaky stuff. Hold on. I will take a peek at the sneaky stuff. I don't see notifications from Discord until I'm offline, so people do have to specifically inform me if there are things I need to see. Let's just do this. I don't see another agitated Ren fighting. Okay. I will, however, send my Marks dwarves to right here. And take a peek at Discord. Looking good. I do like the aesthetic that you were working with, Fog. So thank you for the sneaky stuff. Let me know if you need feedback or anything. Although, it'll be much easier for me to get you feedback after the stream today. So. Okay. Now that all of this is set up, are you... You know what? I'm just gonna get you to start making pearl ash. And I'm just gonna make clear glass blocks. I'm just gonna make 10. Whenever there is enough pearl ash. Whenever there is 10 pearl ash, we will do that. Checking here, make ash, working on that. Make lye, they're working on that. Make pearl ash. What are the requirements for you? Amount of potash is greater than 20. How much potash are we making currently? Make potash from lye. So there's almost 20 potash. Got it. Still working on the potash from the looks. From the looks of things. Over here, we are slaughtering a bunch of llamas. Get that foot out of here. One of my Marks dwarves is fighting. All the way the hell out here. It appears that no dwarves are found dead, so that's a good sign, I guess. Not yet, anyway. This fort has gotten kind of hot. Like, stuff's going on. Stuff is, in fact, going on. Lots of people making green glass stuff. Now it's just a matter of us actually hitting enough so that they can start making clear. And I'm also going to go check the locations of our animals because I've got animals wandering around. Let's get them all in there. Okay, so let's check agitated animals. It's just 2 more of them, the looks of things. A lot of my dwarves really just want to wander. I think I just need a second squad. Let's get those dwarves hooked up in this job as well. Welcome back, Onyx. It's good to have you. Do you include their bedroom in the burrow, or can I just do the work zones? Do you want the dwarves to be able to sleep in their bedrooms? If no, then don't worry about it. If yes, then yeah, you should. Basically, like, include everywhere you want the dwarves to be able to go. If they can't get to their bedrooms, then they will sleep on the floor, and that's not good for their health. Seems kind of like a silly question to me, so sorry if it's a bit of a silly answer. It's a pretty self-explanatory, like, thing that you're asking, as far as I'm concerned. Okay, down here. Let's make more green glass. A miller has been taken by a fey mood. Interested in this game, but you're not sure if this will be entertaining to you as a player yourself. Can you give you the strong points and the worst points of the game you really need help deciding, because $22 is kind of a lot for you? Well, I mean, chat can help with this. Chat, assist with the answering of this question, please. But for me, Dwarf Fortress is a unique game that literally nothing does quite what Dwarf Fortress does. But what Dwarf Fortress does isn't immediately visually apparent from the outside looking in. What Dwarf Fortress does that's interesting is it has a more in-depth world generation than literally any other game out there, period. The actual world itself is essentially playing a really slow game of Civ. So if I go to this overworld and click this button, you can see everything that's actively happening in the overworld. It's also a completely interconnected area that is actually, like, traversable in adventure mode. So in Fortress mode, you build on one plot of land, right? You can't really leave that plot of land outside of sending squads out and they go do the task you told them to do, and then when they're done with that task, they then come back, and when they come back, you can read about what they did. Also, Onyx, thanks for gifting a subscription to Guardsman John. Appreciate you. And Guardsman John, thanks for the question, and also enjoy the ad-free viewing. So the kind of thing that Dwarf Fortress does that's neat is the history generation. It generates hundreds of years of history for every world. So you can end up with really interesting, long-term, persistent worlds that you can continue to interact with in either future fortresses or like in adventure mode, which is the single-player RPG mode of the game. Now, Dwarf Fortress is special because nothing else is attempting to do that at that level of scale, right? And that's what makes Dwarf Fortress a special game. If falling into the procedural generation and the worlds that the game can create for you is something that grabs you, then it's a game that you can literally get thousands, if not tens of thousands of hours out of and still be surprised by it. Because that's why I'm still playing it. Is because I find the world generation to be kind of engrossing and all-encompassing, and it's something that keeps me coming back time and time again, and it's the reason I have tens of thousands of hours on this game. So it's a game that's free, and ASCII is scary for a lot of people, so the free version's a bit of a moot point for a lot of people. That being said, it was a game that I was already giving money to on a monthly basis through their Patreon before they charged money for it. And a Mace Dwarf was just found dead. Lesson Woman. What a name. Whoa! I guess that's a dead... okay. It's not dead, but it doesn't have any... It doesn't have any sprites, and now all of its sprites... I think this child's dead, chat. Anyway, my Marks Dwarves have arrived now and are now fighting. Mebzith the Marks Dwarf is fighting with this bird. Fired a bunch of bolts. Most recently, another bolt. Here come my Marks Dwarves. I'm going to send them up here, a little closer, so that they can go assist this dwarf. They're all just shooting bolts at it. If I actually look at the bolts that are hitting it, it is having trouble breathing. The giant bird is. Bolts are striking it pretty consistently and continuing to fly at the wren, although unfortunately it's mostly just tearing the muscle and bruising it, but all of the dwarves together seem to be doing quite a good job, and this child is not dead somehow, which is funny because there's almost no sprite left. They're continuing to just bash the ever-living crap out of this creature, and it is bleeding, and hopefully will fall over and die pretty soon. We also have another agitated wren in a cage, and this one is not dead just yet, but it's almost there. Come on. Come on, dwarves. We can do this. This shouldn't take you 50 years. Rumble. I think I should make wooden shields. Now all of my dwarves are getting overexerted. Well, this is a bad sign. Let's actually see what the combat log looks like in real time. So they're fracturing the skull pretty consistently, as well as, like, bruising the fat. Because they're all out of ammo. Or at least the dwarves who are here are out of ammo. It'll die eventually. My dwarves might fall asleep first, though. This one is just firing bolts, I think. Nope, you're just standing there. Well, at least they are hitting it really hard. Marksdorf collapses with exhaustion. Well, they killed it finally. Okay, so how many are left? Ah, agitated giant thrips. I guess it's time for us to just say to heck with it and lock the dwarves inside then. And just memorialize everybody who isn't inside just yet. That's what we need to do. And do this for a good long while. And also refill those cages. Keep them full. To kill your blinded rhino man? What, in adventure mode? And then we're just gonna go animals. Well, that's kind of sad. Oh my god, giant thrips. I don't think I've seen the new sprite for giant thrips just yet. Well, it's one dwarf immediately dies, one goes into the fire. Oh boy. This is bad news. This is not good news. Hey Dwarf, you want to go inside? Well, I would recommend it if you can. Question is where currently are they? Okay, well, a lot of them are just running inside grabbing ammo, which is probably wise, honestly. Oh, there goes another one. Well, one of them's sitting back here and firing bolts like, you know, you're supposed to. The smart thing. And a cat runs by. Okay. This is fine. I'm going to go right here and make a pen pasture. And in this pen pasture spot, I'm going to put dog. Okay. As you can see, there are a bunch of dog. Dog are all going there are all also going to become war dog. So let's just type in dog and then go make into war dog, please. Because we need some defense. That's the most important thing right now. So let's bring, not currently War Dog, but soon to be War Dog, to location where War Dog can do useful thing. The dead bodies of the bugs are funny. Yeah, they get really small, don't they? It's like, oh no. Anyways. Oh, this one is seriously injured. Let's let them just fire for a while. Oh, also, this needs to be a burrow. And this needs to be a burrow. And that needs to go into the garbage. And this needs to be a peacock or something. All right, well, here comes another one. And the dwarves are dueling with it. Well, at the very least, they're able to kill the giant thrips pretty quickly. Uh-oh. I think that was, what, not one but two dwarves? It's one of my Mark's dwarves and a stone carver. Well, wasn't super wise, now was it? I'm also going to run out of bolts pretty soon, I think. And crossbows. Well, any more new recruits? We need a bunch. Not Creed. Let's actually take Elfsire back out. Let's go with this glassmaker. And then a few down here. Because I need more crossbow dwarves. Well, like a plain-sized mosquito and you kill it and it's hand-sized? Yeah, pretty much. I don't know. I like the way that the new sprites look, even if they're kind of comical next to the little ones. All right, well, there goes another one. And here comes this child with no sprite left, which is very funny. And more dwarves have been missing. Alien Slayer's been missing. Apparently Alien Slayer was one of the ones to fall into the lava. The damn shame. Not entirely sure where you're headed, but... Oh, actually, I know exactly where they're headed. Going to go get those cages from up here. Okay, well, I don't know how many of them are never getting buried. So let's say Erdim. Let's say Bob. Let's say Alien Slayer. And then the other one, let's say Mebzith. I also don't know how many slabs I have, so let's make some slabs. Make them out of obsidian. Make 20 of them. And we've started making clear glass blocks, so that's good news. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh boy. Path the Mark's Dwarf has been missing for a week. And there's suddenly soap on the ground. So I'm going to try and give these dwarves some training opportunities. We'll see how possible that is. And also, we're going to try and get this dwarf out of here. Meanwhile, this dwarf made an obsidian bracelet because everything is happening at once. The miller has created Numolustas, an obsidian bracelet, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Cyberek Daigols. I'm going to go use the toilet because apparently I need to pee again. I will be right back. All right. Well, I think it's time for us to get a round of beers, chat. This is very important. Because one, there was some gifted subs earlier that I basically didn't acknowledge from Hungvi and Onyx. And two, because I think that we've had some deaths in this fort, and that's very sad. And I think that these dwarves need a bit of a pick-me-up after those deaths. I think it's time for us to properly respect the dead with a good round of beers. As Patty comes down to probably collect a body to then put it away and deal with it. And here's hoping that these war dogs can do some work for us because we need them kind of bad. And that, as for that artifact bracelet, well, that artifact bracelet is going to go down here. I kind of feel bad. Like I was sort of like answering questions on like getting into this game, and then suddenly just like every single bad thing that could happen happens in a very short period of time. So sorry for all the distractions. Hopefully you're still able to follow. And here comes in the clear glass very slowly. Let's also make cloth. Let's do yarn ropes. And we're gonna do 10, sure. Let's do rock tables. Make them out of obsidian. And do 25. So that'll leave us with 15 extras. And rock throne. 25. Actually, no, 15. And also gonna make those out of obsidian. And I'm gonna make rock mechanisms. Let's do 10. And we'll do rock traction benches. Or not rock traction, just traction benches. Traction benches. Traction benches. We're gonna make 10 of those. Okay, so 10 traction benches coming up. And another dwarf has been missing for a week. What a shame. And Travenoid's dead, apparently. Rest in peace, Travenoid. That was pretty brutal, gotta say. But all of the dwarves are locked inside now, so hopefully there's less reason to go outside, meaning we'll be a little safer. It also means that there's just going to be a pretty consistent wall of agitated thrips attacking us. I am going to try and train the honey badgers and the giant birds, but I think the thrips we're just going to butcher. What do you think, chat? I think that seems like a solid option here. There's an agitated honey badger right here. Let's allow them to go gather the agitated honey badger up again, hopefully. We slowly get all of the animals up here. And then I can go down here and type in cage. And I can just eat the peacock because it's already domesticated. I feel like up here might not be a bad spot to start training birds, you know? Just up in the green glass pyramid. Seems like a good spot to me. I am going to need to make sure this is in the burrow, though, which I'm pretty sure it's not currently. If peacock tastes similar to turkey, it's a similar size of bird. I don't know. I'll bet you could literally just go Google, what does peacock taste like? And I'm sure somebody could tell you. Also, we have soap now, which is in fact llama soap. But yeah, anyway. Kind of jumping back to the earlier discussion. As I slowly just make a whole bunch of slabs that are going to be, you know, placed to memorialize the dead. Dwarf Fortress is a game that just isn't really like any other game. And that is the biggest reason to play Dwarf Fortress, is there's just nothing else that really compares with it. And if that is enough of a reason to make you play a game, that is the entire interest behind it for a lot of people, is that it is simply just a game that is unlike any other game gameplay-wise. And I think that is what's cool about it more than anything. But of course, that being said, it is also a game that has a lot of weirdness to it. I mean, it's famously a game with really bad performance issues. How as legitimate or illegitimate as you think they are doesn't really matter. But at the end of the day, for a lot of people, it is a game that performs badly. Like, it runs badly, but it'll run on anything, which I think is the big benefit that it has. I've ever played Kenshi. I played Kenshi while it was in very early access, and then kind of forgot about it for a really long time because I bought it on a platform called Desura a really long time ago, and I either missed the email or just never got it. But when it went on to Steam, I never got a key for it. And then Desura ceased to exist. So I kind of lost my copy of it and never really bothered to rebuy it. And when it hit 1.0, I was like, oh yeah, okay, maybe now's the time to finally get back into it. And I was just starting to think about it, and then this weird thing happened, which is they stated that they were just going to go make a sequel, which is awesome, and they should do that. However, because they're just like, well, we're just going to go make a sequel instead, it kind of killed all of my interest in it, because I already waited like 10 years but not playing it, and then suddenly they're like, well, we're just going to make a sequel. So, I don't know. It makes it very difficult for me to want to play a game that is just being made into a superior version. Am I just out of bags? Is that the problem? There's empty bags. Oh, I know. I know what's going on here. This isn't in the burrow. My sand gathering spot is not, in fact, in the burrow, meaning they cannot currently gather sand, which is why no glass is getting made. That makes sense. That makes sense. I get it. Excellent. Because of the chatters it attracts? Now that's something I don't know anything about. What do you mean exactly? Is it the same issue I have with Songs of Six right now? Like, are people just assholes or what? Yeah, I don't know much about the stream community for it, so. Here comes a giant semi-wild thrips that we've decided to do. I'm trying to tell you how to play the game. Yeah, I wouldn't last very long in that case. That sucks. I feel like the Dwarf Fortress community can be like that a little bit, although it's much less telling you how to play the game and much more just trying to, like, ease that initial learning curve, you know? The humans say it's a nice place you've carved out here for yourselves as they meet with my Baron. And we're going to go up to here and start selling stuff. I feel like we should just start making green glass crowns or something. Use those as trade goods. Green glass crown. Can I not make green glass crowns? I mean, goblets it is then, but... we could make toys. Make vials. 50. 50 of them. Dwarves are going to go outside for this, so let's hope that they don't go outside and die. You have 25 Monster Slayers squatting in your fort? Monster Slayers want to go into the caverns to kill things and fight with random crap, so if they have access to the caverns, they can be quite useful. The problem is, you know, giving them access to caverns, really. Oh, that's neat. Path of Acra hit its all-time player peak again today. That's cool. 344. Class toys sound very dangerous to kids. I don't know. I think people are very worried about what is dangerous to kids. I think when it comes to community for a game, social media is what ruins that for games. As in, a game that it has a shitty community, and there are plenty of them, that's fine. As long as you're not somebody who is, you know, inclined to use social media. Like, it really doesn't matter if you never look at it. But if a game has a shitty community, it's going to be a lot harder to build up a consistent live stream community and audience for it. Because streamers aren't going to want to play it for very long, and the audience isn't going to want to watch it if people are mean to them. And that's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Although I would say that Dwarf Fortress has a bit of that self-fulfilling prophecy, except it's more driven by the streamers. Is streamers, for some reason, don't think people want to watch this game, which means it's really difficult. Like, you can tell a game is healthy in this kind of market if you go to the directory at 2 o'clock in the morning on a weekday in a Western time zone and there's 30 channels with 10 viewers. That's how you can tell a game's streaming community is healthy. Whereas you can tell that Dwarf Fortress's streaming community isn't healthy because if I go here right now, it's, well, me and some Polish dude. Shoutouts to some Polish dude who I've never seen before. At least it's nice to see other people playing Dwarf Fort. But like at the same time, it's like, it's me and somebody else. That's how you can tell that it's not very healthy, which sucks. And Insulina Sama would like a dwarf that's in a squad or a library. Well, I don't have a library, and if you're in a squad, you're almost guaranteed to die, but if that's okay, I can give you the militia commander. I don't even know if they're any good at it. Or if they want the job, for that matter. Why does that make it unhealthy? Because nobody's streaming it. And nobody's trying to grow streaming it. The thing is, it doesn't matter how good a game is for watching. It can be the most entertaining, most interesting game to watch of all time. But if nobody is streaming it, nobody's going to stream it. Because they think there's no growth here. Because believe it or not, this industry, filled with people like me, is full of people who will only play games if they perceive it to be popular. If a game is perceived as popular and perceived as a good game to stream, more people stream it, right? There's a lot of people that would never play a town builder that just spent 2 weeks playing Manor Lords because it's perceived as popular, right? So when a game is perceived as popular, then they assume or presume that there is an audience for that game. If there's nobody streaming a video game, then they assume nobody wants to watch the video game, right? It's this self-fulfilling prophecy of if nobody's streaming it, nobody watches it because nobody's streaming it. And then nobody streams it because nobody's watching it. Because you have to appease a group of people that are fickle and are only in it for the money. Do not care about art, do not care about cool video games, and do not care about games that need to be promoted. All that they care about is money. So they go to the place where they assume the biggest audience is. Which is why you get these perpetual audiences of people streaming games like RimWorld, because it's presumed that that is a good game for streaming, which it is. And so is Dwarf Fort. But Dwarf Fort has always had this problem of there's very few people that stream it. But I'll tell you this. That can change. But it's been kind of soul-crushing for me as the guy who plays this game. Watching this directory get really busy for a good 6 months and then basically die. Like, it's been, like, kind of mentally painful for me. Then you came back a perfectly normal discussion, Bastet. Well, when streamers say there are no good games, what they actually mean is there are no really popular new games that will get me a lot of money in a short period of time. That's what streamers say when they say that's what they mean when they say there's no good games. Insulina Sama rarely feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, is swayed by emotional appeals, takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance, rarely feels discouraged, prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, is not particularly interested in what others think of her, tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, at times to her detriment. She tends to act with a narrow focus on the current activity, is quite ambitious, and isn't particularly curious about the world. Enjoys the company of others, is often cheerful, and is currently more rude, currently more fearless, and currently less private, and currently more thoughtless. And when she's trying to remember something, she often starts chewing her lips. She inhales sharply when she's angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork, personally finds blind honesty foolish, and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort. And dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Likes lead, cat's eye, elephant seal, leather, and mussel shell, giant impala, parchment, and splints, and sheep for their wool, and the words of the wisps of sparkling, and the sound of the zephyr of glimmers, and the sight of the diamond of silver, and when possible prefers to consume rattlesnake and gutter crewer, and absolutely hates leeches. It's probably changing. It's really not. It's really, really, really not. Sorry to be like a bit of a downer, but a healthy game on Twitch any time of day, you can do this, go to the directory, and there will be a full line all the way to the end of the screen, full line all the way to the end of the screen, full line all the way to the end of the screen, and then you can scroll down for a couple seconds and see 24 channels with nobody watching. That's a game that's healthy. It is not changing. It is not. There are definitely new people that are trying to stream Dwarf Fortress, but the directory has not gotten healthier. In fact, it's gone back to the way it was a long time ago. I would argue it's almost the opposite of healthy right now. It's certainly healthier than it was 5 years ago, when it was literally just me for months on end being the only person in the world streaming the game. But, like, it's not healthy. Yeah, and there's audiences of people that want more stuff to watch, and they can't because nobody's making it. Well, here's the thing, right, Tellen? You are one person. You do not solve the problem by being one person streaming Dwarf Fortress. We need about 150 of you. You know? Does that make any sense? It's like, there is this weird thought amongst people that there is no audience for this game. Well, there's only no audience because nobody streams it. You need to have people actively streaming a game in order for there to be a perceivable audience for it. It's not a hard game to stream. It's just a game that nobody streams. It's no harder to stream than any city builder. It's no harder to stream than City Skylines. No harder to stream than any kind of town builder. It's a game that you chit-chat with your audience. You play. The thing is, I don't think Dwarf Fortress is a good game for speedrunning. So I don't know why you're saying my idea of speedruns. I don't think this is a good game at all for speedrunning. I don't think watching speedruns of this game is entertaining. So I don't know where you're getting my idea from. Oh, certainly, I've talked about speedrunning on Dwarf Fortress a couple of times. I still don't think it's good. I said City Skylines, not City Skylines 2. Travenoid. So over in YouTube, they say, I think you have to be pretty proficient to be able to talk and play the game at the same time for Dwarf Fortress. That's not true. You just have to be okay with failure, right? There's lots of games out there that are very difficult and very hard that are super entertaining. Without you having to be knowledgeable about it. Lots of games like that. But I digress. I don't know. Maybe I'm just delusional. I'll never really know. How the heck did I manage to not get cabinets in this one? Shame. Let's fix that. But I don't know. This is just something that sits at the front of my brain for many of my days. Now that I don't agree with, Kagenara. Also, I'm not entirely certain we're talking about the same thing, so... Is a resurrected giant cave spider still able to shoot web? Yes. Yeah, I kind of stopped talking when the ads hit Astral. But, no, I mean, I don't think Dwarf Fortress has ever been hard to stream. Like, even in the ASCII days, I don't think Dwarf Fortress was hard to stream. All you had to do was install a tile set, and suddenly, like, a lot of the barriers to entry were gone. I think that Dwarf Fortress just had this very incorrect meme associated with it, that it is this impossibly difficult, nightmare hard monster game. And that has been incorrect for a very, very, very long time. Like an extremely long time. And I think that that meme has done so much disservice to the long-term health of the game that it makes me kind of sad, actually, is probably the best way to put it, is that it makes me sad. It's like people just have this association with it of being this impossible to learn nightmare game. And it really sucks because there are harder games to learn, significantly harder games to learn, that people put the time in and learn every day. There's a lot of extraction shooters that I would argue are significantly harder games to learn and probably harder games to stream even, because the community is openly hostile against you, that people are learning to stream all the time, or learning while streaming all the time. There's games like a lot of Battle Royale games are harder to learn, to get good at, right? There's a lot of extraordinarily difficult games out there that are extraordinarily popular games to be streamed. And there's a lot of people that stream them that are really bad at them. But this game, that isn't that hard to learn, has this meme of being impossible to learn. And it's part of the reason I have such a low tolerance for when people come in, insult their own intelligence, and then ask me to help them learn the game. It's because if you think you're an idiot and you don't want to learn, and you can't play this game because your brain's too smooth or something moronically stupid like that, I can't help you because you're an idiot. And it's the reason I have that kind of mindset, because I've encountered so many people that are just like, I'd love to learn Dwarf Fortress, but that game's too hard. BRB, gonna go play another 250 hours of Tarkov. It's like, excuse me while I smear your face on the pavement, because you kind of people make me really angry, because I wish more people would just take the time to play this game. But I can't fix you if you're broken. It just drives me nuts. Also, I came in here to queue something up, and I can't remember what it was. Right, yes. Bone bolts is the thing I'm going to do. Bone bolts. Bone bolts. Bone bolts. But in the wrong menu. Bone bolt. Just make 50. Also going to go up to here, and I'm going to make a... You know what? Yeah, let's go like right here and make a garbage pile. I need a refuse pile. What I need? You understand that mega projects are difficult. No, they're not. They're time consuming. Mega projects are not difficult. They're time-consuming, right? So the reality is there are plenty of games that have things in them that are very time-consuming. Building a massive tower in Minecraft isn't difficult. It's time-consuming. Building a mega project in Dwarf Fortress is difficult. In the same way that building a big tower in Minecraft is difficult. It'll take a lot of time. But that doesn't make it mechanically hard to do. Not even remotely mechanically hard to do. If anything, it's mechanically easy to do. It's just a matter of doing it. It is difficult for your poor character's ankles, what, when you fall out of it constantly? Doesn't have easy tutorials to make you understand easily. You had to watch a 7 to 8 hour tutorial to learn, and you were only capable of your... Okay, so here's the thing, right? Are people just stupid? And humor me for a second here. Because RimWorld has fucking terrible tutorials. It does. But I never see people say this about RimWorld. And I've played a lot of that video game in the past, and I found that game harder to learn. Are people stupid? I don't get it. Why is Dwarf Fortress the impossible game to learn? It took me longer to learn RimWorld. Competently. Significantly longer. Like, Dwarf Fortress for me had like a 20-hour learning curve while it was ASCII. Like, I've made a ton of tutorials for this game, but are people, like, I don't get it. Why does Dwarf Fortress have this association? Why is Dwarf Fortress the one that's so difficult to get into for people? I don't get it. RimWorld is a significantly harder game in almost every way. It's also designed to be a difficult game, whereas Dwarf Fortress isn't. I think the problem is that Dwarf Fortress isn't hard enough in some ways, actually. No, I mean, Factorio is a really good example of a game that's similar in learning curve to Dwarf Fort. But yeah, I don't know. I think that the RimWorld difficulty thing is something that's just gonna loom over it forever. And it's never gonna stop making me kind of mad. You know? It's never going to stop kind of pissing me off. Forever. Just purely because it is a specter that looms above this game and will always loom above this game. And I think it's a damn shame. You're completely correct, Astral. People weren't willing to learn a game that was using ASCII graphics, so instead of learning it, they just went game impossible. It was never impossible. It was just hard to look at for some people, which is fair. But it's never been impossible. And I think it's a damn shame that it's been given that reputation. Yeah, but that's the thing, though, Elfie, is there's plenty of games out there with absolutely no clear goals that don't have that problem. That's why, like, yes, I know that my explanation of the game being obtuse, not difficult, is correct. But it doesn't change the fact that it frustrates me. Does that make sense? Because there are so many sandboxes with no clear goals. Project Zomboid. Fucking Kenshi. That don't have this problem. And it's weird to me. I guess it will just be weird to me forever. To a degree. Sure, Ark Survival Evolved. You know? But I guess Naked Dinosaur Man Punches Tree is funny, so it kind of gets past that. And you know, the problem that I have with this discussion, chat room, is whenever it comes up, there's always going to be somebody, and they're probably going to wait until the VODs, that ekes out of the woodwork and they say, shut up, Blind, you're just worried about your paychecks. It's like, well, I'm not really worried about my paychecks. I'm not. I do fine. But I like this game a lot, and I want more people to be able to enjoy it. And it's frustrating how resistant people are to enjoying a cool thing because they assume it's something scary that they'll never be able to enjoy. And that makes me sad. It's mostly that. Mostly that. All right, let's bring Corpses and Refuse in here. Let's not do hide, fresh raw hides, or tanned hides. I'm gonna go into finished goods and I'm gonna type in where. Grab all of this. And we're gonna do that. In many ways, you engage more than RimWorld. You care more about your dwarf. I don't know. I think that depends on the player. I think if somebody is the sort of person who's going to care about characters in a video game, you'll care about the same as you do about your dwarves as you do in RimWorld. I don't know if that's a great comparison. I mean, I'm not going anywhere, Fraga. I've done this for years for significantly less money. I'm going to continue. I did click the arrow to make it go to the right, I think. Okay, so let's go into here for minecarts. This one is boulders. And this one is going to be trash. Going to connect. Well, never mind. Not that one. You are going to be right there. You are going to connect to here. Oh, geez. 0. No bins, please. And you are going to take refuse, corpses, and where? Material doesn't matter so much. This right here, under here. We're gonna bring in the qualities, basically low quality clothing. Material doesn't matter so much. Then you are gonna remove these. Grab that, and boom. What type of dwarf traits makes a good animal trainer? I don't think they specifically need traits for animal training. Apparently Patty is fighting with a giant thrips and a giant fly. Oh, this fort is starting to bug me, chat. Not actually, that was just a pun, but geez. Crafts dwarf has been found dead. We've lost another one. And also, apparently, we lost a stray war dog, who is now mutilated. A damn shame. With overflowing with gypsum, what do you do with it all? You could sell it, or allow it to be used as construction materials. Gypsum is very useful as part of hospitals. That would be my advice for gypsum. And I'm also going to make this into a dump zone. And hopefully get that out of there. Let's get you guys out of here. Go back to training. Okay, so you are loading all that stuff. Now we just need to wait for dwarves to start loading this. Or item in vehicle. Here you head. There you go. Be fine. Also, you know, how does modding DF work? You can create creatures quite easily. The issue with modding DF is you also need to have sprites for the creatures, which isn't so easy. But you basically create a notepad file, give the creature a name, a type, attributes, link that to a image if you want it to have a sprite, and then you generate a new world. It's pretty easy. It's just not nearly as elaborate as a lot of games with Unity stuff built in. Which is what I think a lot of people expect. And Neezer was found dead. Can you also create events like raids? No. So the thing about Dwarf Fortress modding, right, is it's like very flexible for what it is for the time, if that makes any sense. But in comparison to things like Unity, it's not very flexible because this game is a product of its time, largely. It is very much a game from a certain era, and they are trying to modernize it slowly. But a lot of things that you would just point at and be like, I want to be able to do that, you can't really do. Which is also why I don't use a lot of DF mods, because it's not really what I need. You have impending doom in 2 years? I mean, you could just do that in your difficulty settings. But impending, there is no such thing as impending doom in Dwarfort. Also, I have an agitated hornbill. Also, why in the world would you want that? That sounds very unfun. It doesn't need to be more interesting for streaming. That's the thing, though. Here's the thing. I don't agree that I don't think that that would help for whatever that's worth. At this point, me complaining about this subject is kind of a weird, dumb circle because I don't actually think there's anything anybody can do to fix it. I genuinely don't. I think that this game is kind of broken. I love streaming this game. I want to stream this game. I want people to watch people stream this game because, yes, that's self-serving and that would help me, but also because I think it's a good game for streaming, and if there was more people streaming it, then more people would know about it. That's why I'm looking forward to the Dwarf Fortress Hot Potato, which is this weekend. It's because it is a reason for a bunch of people to stream this game. That's the sort of thing there needs to be more of. There needs to be incentives for streamers to come stream this game. But then after the event or the thing, stick around and play the game a bit more. There needs to be more of that because audiences need to ask their streamers to play that game they liked watching again. You know? That's what there needs to be more of. I don't think just making it like a doomsday clock in the game, I don't think that's going to do anything. Nothing positive anyway. Right, this right here is going to become our hospital now. Tubby Young Bro, what up? But yeah, this is kind of a problem that can only really be solved by the game's publisher, to a degree. Neat games in a sea of garbage? I don't know if that's a sea of garbage. The Hot Potato is a charity event that my stream team organizes. The Hot Potato is basically a succession fort in Dwarf Fortress. It's an event that started originally in RimWorld, and it starts tomorrow at like 3 a.m. Pacific time. I think 5 a.m. Eastern time. Or maybe it's 6 a.m. Anyway, whatever. It's a very early Pacific time. FG Squared is starting off with it, and essentially it's a charity event where we try and raise as much money for Doctors Without Borders as possible by raising money for charity here on Twitch. And it is a relay race, so one person has it, and then they raid the next person, and then the next person has it, and then they raid the next person, and then they raid the next person, and it just goes down the list. Ending off with Quill18 and myself on the last day. That's what the Hot Potato is. So it's a Twitch-focused charity event. Some people will probably dual stream on YouTube, but there isn't any ways to really promote streams via raids on YouTube, so because YouTube sucks. Throw you in here. Apparently there's a dwarf named Zon who has risen and is haunting the fortress. Skyrim. I am Groot. If you're looking for a funny fort name for your fortress, call it Skyrim. Because that in and of itself being possible in the video game is funny. Okay, so down here, I'm gonna get rid of this. I do have 2 injured dwarves. And up here, we're gonna check my doctors. All of the tasks are filled. We have buckets. We don't have soap. We have cloth, which is coming in. We're working on thread. No splints just yet. Okay, so let's do wooden splint and wooden crutch. Also, I'm realizing that I forgot about a thing. I have statue to put in here. That's a green glass statue, not the one I wanted. This one. Slabs engraved. Razan. Let's go here. That in. Deal with that ghost. Giant lorikeet is fighting with a child. Well, apparently the child is punching it. Well, that's kind of funny. Also, it appears that most of my dogs are dead here, which that kind of sucks. Oh boy. Apparently we need to get the military up in here because there's a bunch of dead lorikeets everywhere. And also, all of these dwarves need their gear updated. Well, that's not good. As they run down there and start punching that lorikeet. Zon's been laid to rest. And there's another ghost. Who this ghost? That's Nil. Okay. Let's see if I can move them up a little further. Firing bolts. Another dwarf goes down. 2 more dwarves go down. Good lord. Well, this is getting kind of brutal.
Thanks for the stream.
Happy to help. Mass Morass. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for the brand new Prime subscription? Appreciate you, man. Is this Emerald City? It's Dead City. Emerald Ghosts and Emerald Walls. Maybe I should just lock the door. Like, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah, I think we're just going to lock the door. I think we're just going to do that. Turn around and go inside, dwarves. If you can. Keen Cook is running into a kind of crappy situation, because it is now time for Keen Cook to go and do artifact making. Right as I'm about to lock the door. Because I need to deal with all of these ghosts. And now it's the first, although it's the first of limestone, which means traders are about to show up. But yes, Man Devil, that is exactly what's happening. I will be posting notifications on... I love it when people ask me to do things that I haven't done. Okay. So where is the actual lock here? Let's just lock the door. Door is now locked. And we are going to send these dwarves up here. To at the very least train. That's about it. But good lord. The amount of carnage we have encountered in this fort is kind of brutal. At the very least, we can try and get these dwarves healed up. And I can try and get some more squads made. And we can hope that this is going to be an opportunity for more dwarves to, you know, train up. And also, I'm in an ad break now. Strike the earth? You're headed into the striking of the earthing route? Well, best of luck, dude. Best of luck. Consider the earth struck. But yeah, sorry if I sound like a downer, chat room. It's not really my intention to try and be a bummer. It's more just, I had a lot of hope for the, like, Steam release of Dwarf Fortress changing the way the public perceives this game. And it didn't. Which, you know, maybe that's for the best. Maybe that couldn't have been avoided. Maybe it could have been avoided and somebody failed somewhere. But it just kind of makes me sad. Because I think that this game could be a really cool game for a lot more people that will just never take the time to try it. That's all it is. I don't know if it's a Kitfox issue. And you want to know how I don't know if it's a Kitfox issue? Because I'm not Kitfox. So I don't know what Kitfox is talking about. I don't know what they're doing behind the scenes. I don't know what they could do differently. And I'm not a publisher, right? So it's really hard for me to say if something is a Kitfox issue because I don't know if it's a Kitfox issue. If you think it's a Kitfox issue, maybe it's a Kitfox issue. But I don't know. I think that pointing the finger at the publisher doesn't really make a lot of sense. But who knows? Maybe. I will say that Kitfox bungled the marketing on the beta for Adventure Mode real bad. But outside of that, I don't know. Who likes to watch and hear about the game, but you haven't played it yourself? It's weird to you that people will play RimWorld and not even try DF because it's too hard. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, this is basically what I'm complaining about. So, Keen Cook, you are making an artifact. Grab 2 pieces of leather. What else do you need? Pictures of stacked leather. Okay. Glass. Stacked leather. Forest. Okay. Stacked leather. A lot of leather. Shining bars of metal. Stacked leather. Glass. Okay. I got tons of tanned hides. Let's just make more raw glass. And also, let's check another screen. This, Nil and Feb. And I need to make more slabs. Rock slab. $80. Obsidian. Okay. Here's hoping the dwarves can take a bit of a break. Here's hoping. The problem is, right now, I've got this, and this tomb requires water. I don't have a source of water right now. So I need to dig. I need to do the thing that I've been putting off. Let's go find some caverns, chat. You just made a big deal when centralizing the rock. Oh, you have a rock in your fort and you made it too close? Well, there you go. Lesson learned, I suppose. Also, because we are locked inside right now, I'm actually going to turn this off. And I'm going to go up to here into the manager's office, and I'm going to place a lever. Managing work orders, rock blocks, green glass pots. Cancel that. You love Dwarf Fortress? Well, hello, Hamster Vibes. What the heck is up? Well, I would hope my neighbors. Always seemed that DF made more sense. What, just like on a surface level? Does DF things make sense to the point I know the point of storytellers in RimWorld, but things happen to keep it interesting, but you know that the events have to have some reason for happening besides this game thinks something is happening. I think the problem with storytellers in RimWorld is that they don't really make for good stories. They make for gameplay, right? And I think that a lot of people look at Dwarf Fortress and go, oh, it's a storyteller, but don't realize exactly what that means. They think that that means that the game is going to spoon feed them the story. No, not really. Dwarf Fortress is a pile of like fantasy Mad Libs that you can interact with if you want. It's not directly a story provided for you. It's a story that you have to do effort to uncover, which is a lot for some people. Why didn't you just, like, turn off emails? You could just go into your account information and turn off the emails. It's a little silly, but okay. Strange reason to make a new account is all. What I miss in DF is feedback on how your fort is affecting the world, and sometimes you feel isolated in the vibrant world. Yeah, I mean, I think Dwarf Fortress hides the interesting bits a bit too effectively sometimes. Actually, like way too effectively a lot of the time. I'm probably not going to trade with the Mountain Home this time. We're just going to let them stay outside. And I'm also going to check you. Be like, well, at the very least, they all have equipment. They should, hopefully, be shooting bolts at this thing. Do you not have equipment? No, you do. Maybe it's just not that agitated. Save the game, if you insist. I feel like we just did, but... yeah, we did when we rolled over to Autumn 14 days ago. I'm not judging your choice. I just think it's a weird choice. There's no judgments happening. Hello, Bob. It's going all right. And yourself? They haven't died. Sama. Since I locked the door, the number of deaths have lowered. Just tuned in again? Yeah, true. You did kind of get named during a dangerous series of events. Keen Cook has begun a mysterious construction. That's Creed. Don't actually want you in that job. Thigh cut. Weaver. Glassmaker, another glassmaker. Let's just send those dwarves off to go training. Okay, sweet. Then I'm going to equip a no uniform crew, and we're going to find a dwarf that'll be decent as the commander of it. But first, we're going to read what Keen Cook just made. He's created Thalmosh, a green glass amulet, and offers it to the Hot Sparks. Okay. This is a green glass amulet. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with llama leather and encircled with bands of octagon-cut green glass gems and llama leather and date palm wood and copper. On the item is an image of the suffering of jail, the iron ishtek in llama leather. On the item is an image of Olon, the dwarf and dwarves in dingo leather. Olon is surrounded by the dwarves. The arc relates the ascension of the dwarf Olon oiled contained to the position of Baron, and the still mirrors in the year 23. And there it goes, right to there. And let's go into here and go thunk, 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 thunk. Some more of those. And I'm also going to check here. There's currently no undead dwarves on the map, which is good. So now we need to find somebody who would be a good military dwarf. Can I name a dwarf after you? No. Sorry. You can wait your turn, just like literally anybody else. Dwarf dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized. Somebody who wants martial training and excitement. You need to take it easy. Does not go out of occasionally overindulges. Finds obligations confining, but conflicted by this. Yeah, you'll do okay, Kodal. It's K-A, not K-O. They're also a surgeon, though. That's fine. And find a new surgeon for the hospital. Olin is a novice surgeon. All right, we're going to go back down here. And we're gonna go down. Let's go down to layer 30. Gifted dwarf to hyper vibes. That's surprising. Why would you give a dwarf to the person who only just arrived after making a new account? Because they are a nerd and refuse to accept judgment on the matter. That seems like a waste of a dwarf, but if you insist. Hyper vibes, I will give you the happiest dwarf of your choosing. Would you like a male dwarf or a female dwarf? Because, you know, good luck. It's up to you. What would you like? I personally would give it to somebody who's been around for a bit, but female dwarf. Okay, you can have Lolar. Oopsies. I can type. You know, not to be mean to your request, Boom Boom, but I'm just gonna do this. Sometimes people show turncoat pretty quick. Boom Boom, would you like a dwarf? Or would you like me to give it to somebody else? Sorry, I just... brand new Twitch accounts make me suspicious. Who would you like me to give the dwarf to? Boom Boom. If not yourself, then whomst. Bearded military dwarf. Would you like somebody who's going to go into the melee squad, or do you want to be in the ranged squad? You want a dwarf that's going to be in the melee squad? All right, well, I haven't found any bearded ones just yet, so let's find one. Finds those who develop weapons with fighting in distasteful. How about you? You're a dabbling wrestler already. You want martial training, and you also want to take it easy. He is swayed by the emotions of others, likes a little excitement now and then, has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He likes to take it easy, tends to avoid crowds. He finds those that fall in love, and he does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He has a greedy streak, and he tends to hang on to grievances. Often find those... I don't think you're great. How about you? Respects the development of a skill. Okay, you'll do all right, Kivish. Does streamer need to explain why streamer times people out or bans people every time it happens in Selena? They said something that I would not... They said something that makes me feel I've learned enough about them that I don't want them in my chat. You have discovered an expansive cavern deep underground, which is exciting. And Boom Boom here dislikes helping others, is troubled by this because he truly respects sacrifice. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He is slow to trust others and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He tends to think before acting. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He lives a fast-paced life and doesn't focus on material goods. Often acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, is moved by art and natural beauty, is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world, occasionally overindulges, and tends to interrupt others during conversations when he's trying to remember something. When he's thinking, he has a tendency to chew on his cheek, and he talks very loudly when he's excited. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family and personally believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, and considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless, and respects the development of a skill. He likes basalt and bronze and praise and giant armadillo leather and alpaca wool. The color green-yellow, bags and amulets and ducks for their quacks, kestrels for their coloration and the sight of the poetry of mothers, and when possible prefers to consume Osprey and Dwarven Rum, and absolutely hates toads. And is currently hauling a green glass goblet. And is a member of the Hot Sparks, of course. Welcome to the fort. And has just joined the Gems of Peking, which is not going to be the name of this squad going forward. The squad can be the Fists of Fighting. The Fists of Fighting, because this is going to be a wrestler squad with shields.
This is madness! Madness. Stone hobo.
Yeet. And I'm going to assign a uniform. A fellow Chartreuse enjoyer, there you go. Welcome back, Hobo. Congratulations on a successful return. Shields and material wood. Let's see if I can get them to equip 2 shields. We'll see. Okay. Because if that's possible, that's what we're going to go with. Let's just set them to no orders so that they go equip all their stuff. And I've discovered a magma pool. So, because we've dug down, I'm not sure why there's a dwarf climbing here, but there is. There is a bunch of water right there. That is what we need. We need that water. We need access to that water. So I'm going to go down here and I'm going to make a burrow that limits this area. Because actually this is going to be relatively easy to corner off along here. Oh no, a Crundle. Horrifying. Anyway, we're also going to go all the way across to here. Whoopsies. That is a new... Why did I do that? Okay, so we are going to assign everybody to that lower burrow, and I'm going to turn on the upper one as well. And we're going to go all the way over to here and just go thunk like this. Let's go in there. Let's do that. And allow for all this. Here comes a pile of Crundles. And I'm going to send the squad down here to go deal with them. Great target practice for those melee squads. Oh, I mean, well, they could not complete a meeting and left unhappy. For once, that makes sense. There's gonna suddenly just be a bunch of combat with all these Crundles. I see them running out. Oh boy. Well, there's a dead Crundle. We got a Marksdwarf walking in and punching the ever-living shit out of this Crundle. And I'm pretty sure you just had some clothing fall off. Well, that's kind of funny. Let's make some trousers. Yarn trousers. Yarn trousers. Let's make some silk socks. And we'll just make 50 of each of these. Yarn trousers and 50 socks. As the dwarves come running down here. And a bunch of Crundles die, thankfully. They die quickly. Not sure why you ran past that way, but you did. Can you come back here, dwarf? I realize you're trying to kill this Crundle, but like, can you stop? Can you go home? There you go. Turn around before you get locked back here. Gonna go down to this. Also gonna unforbid a bunch of those blocks. We're gonna do this. And that. I'm also gonna jump back up to the fortress levels, and I'm gonna go to this room right here. I'm going to attach a lever to this right here. And I'm also going to say, what the heck? Why do I have a bunch of Oh, hey, shit, we got a new mayor. That's kind of fun. This is like the 4th mayor I've had in this world, which is in and of itself kind of a big deal, because how often do you have dwarves that keep voting in new mayors? Unless the old mayor just dies, which, you know, actually appears to be the case. So that's awkward. Rest in peace to the old mayor. Einod is our new mayor, and Einod is...
I just
You know.
want the emotes back, man.
in a decent position, I suppose. You just want the emotes back? That's how you know they're good emotes. Cheers, mate. It's good to see you, Goffer. I hope you've been well. And even if you're just tuning in to grab the emotes, appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. I need another hotkey here. Why are you up in a tree, Dwarf? This is going to be for this lower location. Here comes more Crundles. It's just Crundles, dwarves. Quit panicking. Lord, all Dwarfy. Actually, hold on a second. I'm just realizing I don't need to make these. I can very much just get rid of this because these trees are blocking all of this. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay, so that right there is the one tree that isn't blocking this area, so let's just go here and go green glass, and go here and go green glass, and go here and go green glass. Easy peasy. The goat of emotes? It's such a good emote. You've been kind of busy? Well, that's fair. Hopefully good kind of busy. I've been pretty good kind of busy. I did skip the first cavern layer entirely, but I needed a water source, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. Okay, well, be nice to know exactly what you're trying to do. It says you're going to go construct a building. Guess you're going to go construct that building? Makes sense. And now we have this dwarf who's climbing here instead of just standing up there. Do you need help here, dwarf? Let's see if I can build stairs up to him. Because this dwarf is, like, having a rough afternoon, I think. And let's lock this side off. Zephon the Marksdorf was found dead. Was found dead in a tree. Awesome. Let's just get this last piece right here fixed. Been good, kind of busy? That's good to hear, man. Glad to hear you've been good busy. Being good busy is best kind of busy. Where giant? Oh, I see. Okay, so now that that's done, I can delete this burrow and turn off this burrow. And a bunch of dwarves are all running down here and taking advantage of this water. And I am going to start trying to figure out how to build some pumps up and into my fort. So I think since I last subbed, you've moved back to your homeland. Can I ask where your homeland is? Am I allowed to ask that question? I don't actually know what your country of origin is. Let's actually move this one further up. And we're gonna go right here. Go up and down. To there. And we're gonna go all the way up. I'm gonna try and make a water reservoir. How many layers is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14? Okay, that's not too bad. Moved to Poland from Germany. Gotcha. You lived 12 years abroad. Well, I mean, okay, that's not that far of a distance. I was kind of curious if you'd crossed oceans, but I mean, good for you. Was it a good experience living abroad? And then up here, because this is the side it's going to be on, this is where my hospital is. I'm going to dig a relatively decent-sized reservoir space right down here. The game decided to freeze, so I will let it think. It isn't that bad because there's an ad break that just happened. Frame rate just went bye-bye. We'll figure that out in a second, I think. I am not going to give you a dwarf. Hamster vibes. Sorry. You've kind of lost all of your new chatter. What's the word? Benefits of the doubt? So I will not give you a dwarf. You can earn it like everybody else. And pause the game. Nope. No, we refunded that gift. So I am not giving you a dwarf. Sorry, but like, here's the thing. First impressions are an important thing. And if you show up and make a terrible first impression, people are going to think of you as such for a little bit. You made an awful first impression. And we only really have one rule here. No, you shut up and stop asking is what you do, right? We only really have one rule here, and it's that. And sorry, I probably should just ban you. You've already, like, broken the cardinal rule. You're acting like a child. And sorry, don't care. It's less than 1,000 kilometers you moved. Yeah, that's kind of what I didn't want to say. I didn't want to be the guy who's just like, but like Germany's really close to Poland, so like, did you even move? Didn't want to be that guy, but. Okay, so my frame rate's gone away. Is it job canceling? Nope. No, it is not. Then what is the problem? Somebody stuck somewhere? Nope. There's no combat going on anywhere. Let's unpause game. Let it just sit for a second. Oh, no, totally. I mean, it's definitely going to be a bit of a culture shock, right? Because if you're used to living in a game that is one thing. Canada's weird, though. Blind is almost 10,000 kilometers away from... Almost 1,000 kilometers... 1,000? Is that what you mean? Or do you just mean like 1K? Almost 1,000 kilometers away from me. That's like halfway across the province. Yeah. You know, Canada's weird when it comes to scale. I have a feeling whatever the frame rate problem is right now, it's something that's going to sort itself out in a minute. I'd be willing to bet I can blame the agitated animals for it. I was going to say 1,000 kilometers is pretty far, dude. Like, Canada's big, but not that big. But, yeah. Glad to hear that you've made the move, though. The reason I'm not so worried about the frames right now is because they are fluctuating. And I can pause. It's like my main assumption is that it's something to do with these guys, these merchants. But I could be completely wrong. There's also a giant hamster. Chat, we got agitated giant hamsters on the map. We, in fact, have agitated giant hamsters on the map. Okay, how about this? Agitated giant hamsters is gonna steal the booze. Possibly. I wouldn't put it against them. Does turning that on help? Oh, actually, hold on. I have a suspicion. Let's try this. Also, what is going on with this dwarf? Oh, I see. Baby's awake, mom isn't. Kind of whack. Well, frame rate's going up now. Cheers, Dulkin. Anyway, the frame rate is recovering now. I have no idea what caused that. That is bizarre. Kind of really bizarre. Anyway, frame rate's back now. So, odd. Very odd indeed. Random slowdowns is random? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe somewhere else in the world is currently being taken over by a were-creature assault. You know, hamster vibes. I don't care. Then that's the reality. The fact of the matter is you did, right? You didn't mean to get off on a bad foot. Cool. You show up in my stream, you ask for a dwarf, I ask what kind of dwarf you would like, and then you said something belligerently sexist and then were very snarky about it, thinking that you're clever and funny. Fuck off. If you want to get over your problem, constantly bringing it up isn't the thing you need to do. I know what you said, I didn't like it, and I timed you out. You have two options going forward. You can become a member of this community, learn the vibe, and be an adult, or you can go away. I don't care what you think, I don't care what you want, and I don't care what you did accidentally. Because you didn't do anything accidentally. You intelligently said something, which shows a lot about your personality and maturity level. I am a little bit picky when it comes to how I run my channel. Currently, you are just being a disturbance. If your goal is to not, and your goal is to make good impressions, okay, prove me wrong. And you'll be fine. But constantly bringing it up is the worst thing that you can do. What's up, Ryder? It's good to see you. And we'll see you later, Nadasa, over in YouTube chat. What happened? Nothing of value. Certainly nothing worth worrying about. Not enough beer? Post more beer? Seems legitimate to me, Noel man. Okay, we're gonna go along here. We are slowly building up a supply of clear glass. A dwarf has entered a martial trance. It's gotta be a traitor. Man, it's gonna be so tempting to take that stuff. It's gonna be so tempting to use the Metal Gear. Also, let's see. Do we have any ghosts flapping about? Nope, not currently. Just a lot of agitated wildlife. Okay. No, you said something extremely sexist. You were not trying to be nice. If you were trying to be nice, you would have been nice. You pop into my chat and you said something sexist. There's nothing nice about that. And if you're gonna sit here and play victim, we can just do everybody a favor. I can properly remove you. Now that that's been done, hope everybody enjoys the remainder of the stream. Slightly more without that annoyance. I don't like having to do that. I was trying to give them extra chances, but didn't permit it. Yeah, some folk I can't save. It's very true. I mean, you know, this is the reason for the existence of the rule, don't be a child. You know, like the rule that we have in this chat. Basically, have some semblance of maturity or I don't want you here. It's pretty simple, really. And like, I get it. Some people want to be goofy, but there's nothing goofy about the way that person was talking. just a bother. He did the right thing? Not he say you made my bad, sorry about that? You kept bringing it up. I told him what to do. Some people just want to be the main character in chat. And that's okay if you want to be the main character in chat. But if your way of being the main character in chat is literally just, give me a dwarf, I need a dwarf, give me a dwarf, I need a dwarf, give me a dwarf, and I explain to you that you can't have a dwarf, followed by somebody is very kind and gives you a dwarf, and then I ask what kind of dwarf they want, and they say the dwarf with the nicest tits. Yeah, I'm sorry. You can go away. I don't need you around here. It doesn't matter if they're sorry. If they insist on repeatedly bringing it up and re-explaining it, yeah, you can go away. There really isn't any redeeming at a point. Am I being petty? Absolutely. But it's okay, because it's my space. I told them what to say, and I told them what to do. Become a member of the chat. But they're not going to do that, because they want to be the chat. I've met that kind of person plenty of times. They gave me bad vibes off the bat, and it just got worse. They're sorry that they got in trouble. That's a pretty good way of putting it. So, I've now got this problem. How many agitated wild animals are on the map? Quite a lot. Quite a lot. I'm going to go tell my dwarves to stand right here. I'm going to turn on the burrow. I'm going to add the newbies to the burrow. And I'm going to go open the door. And now we wait. And hope that the dwarves can make it. Snail used to be rich. Congratulations, Snail. Holy giant birds. It begins. New squad has not had the time to train at all. Well, here's hoping that this whole thing is worth it. You've got the war dogs fighting something that just ran by at 1,000,000 miles an hour. It's a puppy. Got this one bleeding. Were we able to take the one out up here? Yes, we were. My you know, my peacock died, unfortunately. Let's get another ham radio in here. Got more dwarves coming in. We almost immediately lost this dwarf, which is a damn shame. Okay, that's 2 down. I'm gonna see if I can get some cages set up here and here. And let's see if we can add these new dwarves into the burrow, which we can. What is in this? All right, Lorkeet. Got dwarves running out as well to go get gear. Probably. Not sure why you're here. Are apparently terrified while in conflict. firing bolts at something? Nope. So I'm not sure why they're terrified while in conflict, but apparently they are terrified while in conflict with something. See if we can move you back inside. Canceling this. All right. Let's go stand right there. Got 36 dwarves. As another giant bird arrives. Comes inside. The dwarves immediately begin fighting with it, firing all of the bolts that they can, which are mostly made of bone and wood. Your dream goal is to redeem I used to be rich twice in a row. Well, I mean, you're working your way there, I'm sure. Got a war dog that is fighting with the creature. And if it falls or knocks somebody over, they do fall into the volcano. That's going to be another one going down pretty quickly. Okay. Let's see if we can get this shut, potentially. I have dwarves loading cage traps, though. No. Okay. So in that case, let's shut this door. Let's just make sure everybody's assigned. Get the cat back inside. And the door is shut. Okay. I can now remove the station. And apparently there's some livestock outside. Well, that's unfortunate. Also, I just realized that this gate doesn't actually close the thing off all the way, which is kind of bad. Now it will. No, I know who you are, Rydern. Don't worry about it. Rydern, you should check the redemption option to see if it's available. And if it is, then you can redeem a dwarf. And if it's not, then there isn't a dwarf for redeeming. But asking if there's a dwarf for redeeming is a really good way to make somebody else redeem it and not give it to you. So, if you'd like to get a dwarf, that's cool. Grab it when it's available. Would be my advice. Okay, so I'm going to go down here because we have a new ghost that I need to deal with, which is ERIB. That was fast. Okay, I actually have some pretty good engravers, which is nice, actually. Okay, so all this is done being dug. So I need, let's just say, 15 green glass tubes and 15 green glass corkscrews. And let's just do 30 of each. Oh no, the peasant's been missing for a week. We lost 2, apparently. You know, I'm trying to think. I can't use metal for weapons, but I can use metal for furniture. Is a minecart furniture? You mean halcyon frequency, I think, is what you're referring to, Ryder, my stream team? You don't get into it. You get invited. We're a pretty strictly invite-only, not actively recruiting, never actively recruiting group. And the biggest wrinkle about it is that every single person who is in the stream team has met at least one other member in real life. So we've all met each other, which is the kind of big wrinkle that is not really publicly stated. is that unless you've met us or unless we've met you in person, you're never going to join. And that's purely because in this industry, people aren't always the way they seem on the outside, if that makes any sense. Okay, so now I can go all the way along on here. I can place beds in these. Oh. You require more beds. Oh, I'm out of wood. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, I'm sure the elves will love this. Time to start a war. If you ever drive over someone with your car, it's considered assault with a weapon. As far as I know, using a metal minecart as an instrument of destruction would be qualified as a weapon. Point made. Well, maybe cart grinders are not on my list of potential defenses then. We'll have to use green glass discs then, probably. Because I need some way of making the front door area for this fortress safer. And right now, it's pretty friggin' dangerous. Right now, it is pretty friggin' dangerous. Sure, but the problem right now isn't the elves. The problem right now are the agitated giant birds. That is the problem right now. It's not actually the elves. Like, they could show up with an army and that's fine. The problem right now is the agitated giant birds. All right. Well, we now have a squad that dual wields shields. Let's find some more dwarves for it. But, you know, we are slowly adding on to our military options. We're just building a squad of wrestlers. Another thing is I don't actually have a tavern just yet. So we could look into a tavern at some point. But I think we should make a library first, personally. I think a library would be a bunch of fun. Frequently depressed, is curious, and sometimes to his detriment. He likes to brawl and has a... Okay, we'll throw you in here. If you type an exclamation point goal, you can see this for its limitations. But simple version to answer that question is yes. So we can grab the green glass vial. 2 mango wood shields. Some rice beer. Nice. Something else I'm going to try and do is I'm going to go up here, and we're going to actually start above ground farming, because I haven't done that. Because all of my food has been coming from harvesting, but since I've sealed the surface off, I kind of am not going to be able to do that anymore. Well, let's do this instead. I'm also going to go here. I'm going to milk animal and make cheese on repeat. And you right here are going to shear animal and spin thread on repeat. Okay, let's do pineapple plants. Pineapple plants. Pineapple plants. And pineapple plants. Right next to this, let's do rice. 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 Right next to you, let's do rope reeds. Rope reeds. Rope reeds. Rope reeds. Rope reeds. And then this big one, let's do whipvine. 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 And whipvine. It's the first time I've done any farming in this fort. You here, we're gonna do potato. And there we go. Brand new rules in a brand new fort. And I've got another dwarf that I've got to memorialize. Good lord. Let's get that done. No, because then I would need to use a metal minecart, right? So that would require a minecart made of metal in order to make a lava cannon. I mean, I could use pumps. That I could do. Pumps and floodgates. So like lava geysers suddenly are quite possible, but I'm still pretty limited in what I can do because I'm not allowed to use metal for weapons. And that makes it difficult for flying animals, which is the current issue. Man, this is a slow progress right here. Need more bedrooms still. But after a lot of digging, you tried to make a skylight and learned that they don't grow in late glacier biomes. Oh, really? Yeah, there you go. It's unfortunate. Yeah, a lot of things don't grow on glaciers. By that, I mean almost everything don't grow in glaciers. But yeah, that's unfortunate. Man, we had no deaths at the start of today, and look at the fort now. Good lord. Oh, true, right, nether caps. It still doesn't solve the problem of, like, elves aren't the issue here. The issue is the birds that keep attacking. It's the birds. And I can't hit birds with a minecart glob, so it's kind of not something with any point, if that makes any sense. So no, I disagree that that is really a useful prospect. But at least the rooms are pretty. Yeah, they are. No, I think right now what we need is we just need to wait until the agitation calms down a little bit. And I also need to train up soldiers. And then we just need to, when we do open the doors, position the soldiers in a way so that we are safe for a little bit. And have the opportunity to, you know, teach these dwarves how to not die right away. Let's do leather helms. Leather helms. Leather high boots. And leather leggings. I am Groot. What kind of dwarf would you like? Do you have any preference? Do let me know. We'll get you dwarfed. I'm sorry, what? Groot? Are you okay? Do you need a health and safety hotline? I'm not sure what that means in the context of you wanting a dwarf. What? You'd like a carpenter. Okay, right. Yeah, I guess Groot is made of wood. But I unfortunately have no carpenters. I could give you a dwarf with an axe, like a woodcutter, but they're both named. So I could remove two of the dwarves and give you like Toasted or something. It's more like you nailing yourself. No comment. Yeah, but see, here's the thing. I'm an idiot, and so you have to speak in basic English for me. Make your, request clear. Anyway, I can't give you a carpenter because I have no carpenters in the fort. So, do you have a second option? The entirety of this fortress is glass. Philip would be proud. Hello, DX Pong. How are you, DX Pong? What has been the biome I like the most? They're all the same. Pretty much. I like ones with fun animals on them, but I don't really have a favorite. Are we winning yet? Yes. Are you? Toasted is good. Okay. Dwarf Groot is inattentive to detail in his own work. He feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards and prefers to be alone and does not often feel lustful. He tries to keep his things orderly, often feels envious of others, has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He is trusting and he is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, likes a little excitement now and again, and has an active imagination. Clicks his tongue when he's trying to remember something, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. He personally values a harmonious existence and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. And he likes pitch blend and silver and jelly opal and ginkgo wood and the color crimson, battle axes, quivers, and the sound of the ivory diamond, and the sight of the diamond of silver, and when possible prefers to consume things with the word diamond in the name, and giant monitor lizard and pearl mullet beer, and absolutely hates rats. You have a pet dog, and a lot of your friends are dead. By that I mean most of them are dead. One of them is currently back as a ghost. You're a member of the Fatal Creed, which is like the death variety of the Creed religions, and you're a member of the Craftsdwarfs Guild and the Glassmakers Guild. Welcome to the fort. And let me actually double check about the ghosts. No, never mind. Just they came back temporarily as a ghost. Not actually a ghost. Currently. Which is good, I think. Let's just get rid of these layers down here. And then you, on this side of things, are going to have that and that chiseled out. Arctic strawberry experiment. You know, when you say it that way, it makes sense why it failed. Like the Arctic strawberry experiment. Although I would say look up alpine strawberries in real life. Because those are... Uh-oh. Wait, no, this does connect to the edge. Whew, connects to the edge. Because alpine strawberries are like a cold weather, high altitude strawberry. Switch to growing real RL strawberries. Oh, real life strawberries instead. Okay, you scraped the seeds off of some store-bought ones and kept the 4 strongest seedlings. Really? Yeah, that's that. I'm always kind of impressed when people keep seeds alive from store-bought fruit. Although I wish people would learn to not try and grow garlic that they've bought in the store. And the reason for that is the garlic that you can buy in a store is not a type of garlic that grows here very well. But nobody ever listens to me, and then they get sad when their garlic plants die. And it's like, well, don't plant locals, don't buy Chinese grocery store garlic and try and grow it locally, because it won't go well. $200 pop goblin fort that's down from the thousands. Except my dwarves find no one there. Dwarves don't just exterminate citizens, like characters, if that makes any sense. Like, they don't just kill peasants. They kill soldiers. So all of the soldiers and threatening animals are probably dead, and the rest are just like peasants and children. So what I would do is just send a squad to go take it over. We planted them in our garden, and when they were fresh, they had a lot of them, and there were some, and you got 10 jars of strawberry jam out of it. Oh, wow. That's cool. Okay, well, you've grabbed a bunch of raw green glass. Want gem shining, cloth thread, stone rock, okay. You want wood. Well, gotta go chop down more wood, it looks like. I'm using all of that wood too quickly. Get to work, Groot. Okay, so now I can go here, and we can do this. Human and goblin settlements, rather. Does anyone know how fort buildings are handled after you retire them? Nothing changes. They stay exactly the same location-wise as they were when you left them. What changes is the population of the fort. So dwarves can leave permanently and just go live elsewhere. But they can also choose to stay. Also, if they decide to leave and go live elsewhere, they can come back as migrants. That's what changes. And that's it. Really? I didn't know that. Galley Remark. I mean, I will say that green onions are like immortal plants that are almost unkillable, but I'm sure somebody's killed them before. I do find them to be almost unkillable, though. They are very, very, very hard to kill. Okay, so this needs 60 power, 70 power. This really only needs 60 power. Then I could probably just power this. Okay, it's going to need more than 60. I need 70, 80. Okay, 70, 80, 90. Just need this. The last of them? That one. And this one. Okay. Jess, thank you very much for the raid. What is up? Welcome, Raiders. Hi, Jess. Are you ready for the hot potato tomorrow? Jess? And Jess Raiders. What's up, Flamethrower? How you doing, L? As well as Messenger89 and Jess, of course. And it's Elf Twitch. I always want to say like Elf T Witch for some reason, but Elf Twitch. Hello. Welcome, Raiders. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? If you guys don't know Jess, Jess is a friend of the channel, member of Halcyon Frequency, streams video games on the internet, has a habit of playing a lot of very interesting indie games. I would say go give Jess a follow. Mods, can I get a shout out for Jess if possible? Otherwise, I'll do it in a second. And J-Sog, what up, dude? Las Vegas? Wait, what? But welcome. Also, hey, Trace Brothers, maker of cool video games. Work is trying to kill you? I know the feeling. I feel that way sometimes. And I have a cool job. But old holdings is because if I join another civilization, are the holdings part of your old civ? Yes. Can you claim them later and then suddenly be in a populated goblin pit? They are spawn sites for adventure mode, and they are part of the faction that that fort was a part of. That's what holdings are. I'm just playing some RimWorld. Got you. Your newest colonist was murdered. Oh. I keep getting attacked by giant birds. They're very angry. They don't like me. Specifically, giant agitated wrens, giant agitated honey badgers, and giant agitated lorikeets. So because of this, I've locked the doors. The dwarves are now locked inside because I am worried about the safety of my dwarves based on the frequent monstrous. Also, there is no metal on this map, so we are building a fortress with no metal, but we do have a lot of glass, so that's cool. These bedrooms are nice, yes, but there isn't enough of them. I need to make a lot more, because currently all of these dwarves have no beds. All of these dwarves. But I'm currently starting to slowly make a military with wooden shields, except they all have 2 of them. So here's hoping we can have some very entertaining thwack battles with shields in the near future. So they're dual-wielding shields, which is... I'm not sure how effective that's going to be, but could be fine. So trying to also make them some gear, which is proving tricky, although having made some of it and now told them to go equip it, they're now running around with leather helms. So better than nothing. You're a milker. You want to master... Ooh, you want to master a skill. You would like excitement in your life. Yeah, you know what? Why not? Let's get you in here. Get in there. Go be entertaining for me. No, they are horrible. But I might use them, just not with this squad. We'll see how desperate I get. I have this personal rule of not using obsidian short swords out of just pure stubbornness. So we might end up using them though. But I'm gonna try my damnedest to not for as long as possible. But if push comes to shove, I could be convinced. Uh-oh. Game a little laggy all of a sudden. Because apparently there is a baby water buffalo fighting with a giant honey badger on the surface. I'm sure that's going just fine for the baby water buffalo. So I need... make water flow somewhere. Because you need about 200 power, which is like nothing. So what I'm thinking we do is I go right here. And then, like, right here, I do some ramps up. And then you run all the way over there and off the map. That's what we do. Easy peasy. But yeah, for those of you who just came in from the raid, just a reminder to everybody, the Hot Potato is happening soon, TM. The Hot Potato is a charity event that my stream team runs, which Jess is a part of. And the goal of the Hot Potato is to raise as much money for Doctors Without Borders as bloody possible. And we'll be doing that fundraiser while playing Dwarf Fortress. So essentially, a whole bunch of different streamers are going to be playing Dwarf Fortress for the better part of the whole weekend. Starting on Friday at like 3 o'clock in the morning, my local time. FG Squared starts, and then it's going to be a very slow relay race of everybody, or a whole bunch of people, over the next few days, which should be a bunch of fun, hopefully. $11 hours until Hot Potato. I think it's like 12 and a half, but pretty close. Pretty damn close, I would say. You're bad with time zones? It's fine, so am I. And then all the way up to here. And then this up here. There's a few more boulders we're trying to get out of here. Kind of want to just throw them out. Let's just get rid of these. And those. And these. There we go. Slowly, one piece at a time. Any objectives with this fort? Exclamation point goal if you'd like some more details about it. Which is kind of our default command for information about the fort. But this is a world I've been playing in for a little bit. So it's the same overarching goal as previous forts, which is build a large, stable fort that I can eventually go grab a bunch of adventurers and travel to from some other location, which I'll probably do next week after the Hot Potato. All right, let's go all the way back up to here. Do that. But honestly, there is always a little bit of noodling going on. No. Pickaxes are my one, exception to the rule. Because pickaxes aren't a weapon and they need to be made out of metal in order to function. So I am permitting myself to use metal for picks. There you go. Thank you, Telenartho. basically, keep an eye on the Dwarf Fortress directory here on Twitch over the weekend. And if you see somebody streaming with the words hot potato in their title, they'll be playing as the same person or as in the same world as all previous people with that in their title. And it's going to start tomorrow night, and it's going, or tonight, I guess, and it's going to go until Monday. Candy picks make great weapons. Well, I'm not allowed to use metal pickaxes as weapons, so just because there are plenty of materials that can be made into pickaxes and those make great weapons, I'm not allowed to use them as weapons. So we have to make do. It's also an untamed wilds biome for just obvious statements. I'll ask the glassmaker. We'll get you in here. What's going to stop them from using a pick as a weapon? I mean, if a dwarf is assigned as a miner and they bonk a thing with a pick, then so be it. I'm not going to stop them. But I'm not allowed to make a squad, tell them to use pickaxes, and then tell them to go fight. Okay, so we have a Forgotten Beast. The Forgotten Beast, Kona, Economia has come. A towering, scaly leech. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its poison bite. Okay, well, let's turn on the burrow. Make sure everybody's assigned to it. And we are going to do what we can, which is go down here and tell these squads to go stand here. And let's see where this creature is. Not too far away, but it can definitely get into the fort. Maybe it wants to, does it maybe want to fight some birds? I wish that was easier. The problem is, I would have to let it get out first, or give the birds away down here, which would just kind of give me the same problem again. Yes, it does appear to be quite slow. I mean, it is a slithery leech. Or, no, it has no confirmed known kills. Callus bloat is an interesting name for it. Your new drink is a Toronto? What is a Toronto? Is it maple flavored? Sounds disgusting. Sounds like a bad hockey team is all I have to say. Actually, I don't know. Maybe they're good. I haven't followed in a very long time. I just throw shade at the Toronto hockey team for no particular reason. But why is Toronto your new drink of choice, if I can ask? I like how some dwarves just, like, haven't... Actually, Lord, didn't you lose a hand? I think you did. Well, I'm just going to remove you from this, from the military. Because everybody else is seemingly not having problems. Except for you. Oh. Shit. I don't actually think the dwarves can get down here. Because... this is water. Right there. And yeah, I don't actually think we can get here. Well, let's allow this. Okay. Okay, so now they're heading down. So let's see where this danger noodle is. Well, I can't see it. It's gone and disappeared. Well, we are now sending, the dwarves downstairs. One of my military dwarves decided to take a nap during the middle of going to go station. Well, now we just wait for it to come back. It's pretty simple. Well, it seems to be angry, but also it seems to not really care about being here and fighting with me, so I think I will just let my dwarves chill here for a little bit. And also get back to work. And also there is a ghost. I think this area is where I'm going to redirect this now. And let's go and deal with that ghost. This is Toulon. Fortunately, it's just the one ghost. And we're going to go up to here, and I'm going to go this way. And I'm going to go this way. And I'm going to build not one, but 2 water wheels. Goblin cap. And goblin cap. Fahrenheit plus rye whiskey. Sounds cool to order. Yeah, I mean, it's one I've never heard of. But then again, I'm not super much? I'm not much of a whiskey mixed drink person. I like whiskey. I don't know. I don't generally like whiskey mixed drinks. Outside of an old fashioned, which I think we all have exceptions to every rule. So that Forgotten Beast isn't dead. It's just off screen currently. Slightly annoying. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'd like it. But it's not something I've ever heard of. An ad break just popped, chat. I'm gonna go use the toilet real quick. Back in a sec. Bah! There are bars of soap, but the military is there to watch for the danger noodle. Yeah. But yeah, no, there is definitely bars of llama soap here. But we need to watch for the Forgotten Beast. Although, does not appear that it has appeared. Toulon's been put to rest. All right. I'm going to presume that Forgotten Beast has gone off somewhere mysterious and died. So I'm going to choose to not worry about it for a little bit. And instead, well, nope, actually can't do that just yet. Gotta go to the end of this, because I don't actually think I've done this yet. Yeah, no, I haven't done this yet. Gonna smooth you. And fortify. Although, let's only do one. Need this soap to wash the filthy, filthy dwarves. Hey, we caught a hornbill, which is always fun. And also, let's just put a doorway here. So I don't flood the bottom of my stairwell. And let's also just fly up this and just make sure this whole thing's sealed. And the game decided to save. Okay. There's a bunch of baby pigs running around. And also, Yvonne, you have a good night. We'll see you later. So, out of curiosity, now that the launch window is calming down, Sire. Also, you're back to double overwhelmingly positive if you hadn't noticed. How's it been? I know you got some negative reviews yesterday, but I hope that the launch has been good as of day 3. I'm really curious to know if that article got you much in the way of traffic, actually. Now you're good. You were talking about your drink of choice, and I'm sitting here going like, oh god, is that bad? All Sire's drinking. Does that mean things have gone south? Okay, well, we are growing many a whipvine seed, but just not growing rice plants for some reason. A little weird. All right, so right here, this whole area is clear. Let's block this off. Once that's done, we can turn this whole sucker on. Did I? Yes, I did. Right here. This lever is going to be linked to that. You got a really funny negative view yesterday, but it got deleted. Can I ask what was funny about it? I'm very curious about what makes a negative review funny. Okay, so this all the way down to here. It's clear. You're bringing boulders out. I'm just gonna lock this door. Actually, let's not lock this door just yet. Let's also just toss in some floodgates. I'm pretty sure I have to. Yes, I do. Gonna fly back up to the top of this. Put another lever right here, which is gonna be connected to those floodgates. The review is saying that the game represented how people lost their attention spans and were watching 3 towers. Oh, that one, yeah. Sure, no, I saw that. Yes, I did in fact see that one. It got deleted, really? Did they delete it, or was the review deemed offensive or something? I actually kind of wonder. But yeah, that is a very internet person review. Can't say that much. But you wanted to respond, hell yeah, brother. It kind of bothers me when people leave negative reviews and then disable responses. It's like, man, those are the reviews I want to respond to the most. Those are the reviews I want to see developers respond to the most. It's like the fact that you let people respond to reviews, but then just like have it set so by default negative reviews can't have responses, I think is cowardice, personally. Also, I'm just realizing that I just connected that to the wrong thing. So stop. Don't do it. What game are we talking about? Path of Acra, which is the video game that Ulfsire develops. 720 hours? That's probably pretty close to some of the highest. Although, I wonder how many hours Elfie Bean has. 315. Okay, yeah. But, like, still, pretty close to some of the highest. Yeah, it tends, from what I can tell, reviews that have a lot of hours often surface to the top. Also, what? I just realized something. Huh. Interesting. I have to restart Dwarf. Well, I mean, I don't have to, but I'm going to. Because I just realized that I pinned an icon for Dwarf down in the bottom right of the screen, like, you know, just on my desktop. And I've been using that to launch it. Apparently it's not counting hours on Steam. How dare? This is offensive to my gamer brain. I must restart game and launch it through Steam so I get hours. You're playing Path of Acra for the first time today. Lots of fun. Hell yeah. No, that game is so good. It is so good. It's just like the perfect pieces of brain activity for a video game. I just wish that it took off. Because I would like to stream it and gain viewers instead of streaming it and, like, a lot of people stay and then some people leave. And it's like, man, god damn it. It's okay. I'll keep streaming it, though, regardless. In fact, we're going to probably swap over to it in about 40 minutes here. And y'all better stay, damn it. Angry face. It had overtaken your other game's hours counts severely. I mean, my Steam still has RimWorld with more hours than Dwarf Fortress on Steam, so I'm trying to fix that. But I'm fixing it legitimately, and that means not just like letting the game run. Yeah, it is my second most played game on Steam, according to Steam. Disable overlay. Also, I've apparently got this elf problem. By that, I mean they're gonna cease being living elves pretty soon. Well, sucks to be you guys. Hopefully the animals that you respect so much don't kill you horribly. Why are you crawling, Dwarf? Oh. It's because your lower body is torn apart. Well, that's unfortunate. Your lower spine is mangled. Well, that's unfortunate. All the other constructions are being done by kids, so... Yes, the elves do in fact have a problem. You know, someone over there, some things don't need to be said, mate. Just because you don't have good taste in video games doesn't mean you need to advertise it. If that's what you're implying, which is how I read it. All right. Let's go all the way up to here. You're very good at being the unwanted contrarian. People don't always want a contrarian. No, it is not a me problem, it's a them problem. It's a problem for those elves, not a problem for me. Someone bought one of the anthologies you have stories of in today? Or more likely 2 weeks ago, because it isn't instantaneous per reporting. Things that don't have instantaneous, like, stat reporting for revenue drive me ins. Oh shit, we've forgotten beasts back on the map. I'd forgotten. It's fighting with Ruthrers. You disagree? Well, shucks. What's the elf problem? Oh, there's a bunch of agitated giant birds on the surface and elven traders just arrived. I wouldn't say it's that big of a problem. It's more just kind of funny. Okay, that side's done. We're just waiting for this side to get done. And then you, right here, are going to get linked to the other one. And then we're going to pull the lever. And while those are being worked on, we're going to cut down those. And the other thing that I'm going to do is forbid all of these. There you go, Bastet. That sounds like a nice reward for your work. Speaking of problems, now we have a dwarf and elf problem. Except the dwarf problem is worse than the elf problem because the dwarfs are mine. So I have to go tell my dwarfs to go stand over here, and then we get to open the door. But first, I'm going to turn on the burrow and hope the dwarves don't go full dumb. However, I am going to jump down here and make this into part of the burrow right here, but they don't cancel that job. That's very important. All right. Now we wait for the gates to open. Can I get a round of beers for good luck for these dwarves? Here's hoping they run very quickly. What the hell? Wasn't expecting to see these. Agitated Bushmaster men? Do they have a poisonous bite? I don't actually know. Anyway, they come running in. My captain of the guard, with her 2 shields, is trying to hit the agitated Bushmaster, but it's jumping. Don't ask me how it's doing that on a tail. It's also striking at the agitated Bushmaster with her coffee wood shield. I almost said coffee wood table. With her coffee wood shield, bruising the fat, and then this character jumps away a couple of times. The more dwarves are coming running in for the fighting. This Bushmaster is now nauseous, having been bit by a dog and also being bonked by several wooden and probably bone bolts. And it says, "Help, save me," several times. The dogs are now attacking it, and it's probably not going to, it doesn't live much longer. There's another one down here, which is also getting thwacked with shields. It's just getting whacked repeatedly by my captain of the guard here, who has 2 shields equipped and is continuing to whack as much as it possibly can. We've got this dwarf here who's also trying to whack, and this dwarf here who's also trying to whack. And speaking of how whack things are, this dwarf dropped its 2 whack shields. So I'm actually just going to make sure that this whole area is in the burrow so that we can continue to whack and also save. Okay, never mind. We don't get to save that dwarf because that dwarf got whacked too many times. So rest in peace to the dwarf that died, which is Volbok. We will get another dwarf in here to whack with. And also, we've got some more dwarves on the map now that all need to be put into the burrow. Even though we did just lose one. Shinobi would like a dwarf. What kind of dwarf would you like? And also, apparently the past sect now wants a temple and a priest, and the elves are finally making their way in. Well, that's not brilliant. Godin the farmer was found dead. Outside. Ah. Well, it appears that their attempts to get into the fortress have been not very good and are getting sullied by more flying birds. By more giant flying birds, even. So it appears that we have lost at least 2 of the new migrants attempting to get into the fort. And the elves are just like, you only get 7 tree falls. Okay, that's fine. Not numbers I'm going to follow too closely anyway. Where are you going? Pick up equipment? Well, I'm sure this is going to go very well. Let's see. Beard or none? And why do you have such a death wish, Shinobi? Although, actually, I don't know what you tuned in. But let's just say that the death count on my military has been bad. That's Boom Boom. How about this one? Asob. Shinobi has had 2 lovers and has some family members in the fortress and some younger cousins in the fortress as well. Has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger, is slow to trust others, and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. Glory does not equal sudden death, but okay. Because you'll get the latter here, not so much glory. He has little interest in joking around, often feels lustful. He can easily fall into love or develop positive sentiments. He is quick to anger, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He has an active imagination, occasionally overindulges, and is troubled by this since he occasionally overindulges. What? He is troubled by this because he values self-control. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He likes to take it easy, and when he's thinking, he clicks his tongue repeatedly. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. And we will see if I can, real quick, memorialize. Godin. Alath. And Onul. Is what it is, Basta. So now I basically just need to lock the dwarves in here until those elves decide to leave. Apparently I've got some pretty decently trained animals now, including a male giant wren. I've also got to make another temple. I'm going to assume that everybody is in the fort who's going to make it into the fort, so let's pause. Jump back down here. And looks like I screwed up. Well, not exactly. But it looks like I forgot to lock this door, but I have now. And this area is, you know, starting to get ready to start pumping, which is great. Stable foundation, stable foundation. So this is pretty soon going to turn this into a water reservoir. Just needs a little bit more flow. Thank you for your brief service. There's something really funny about that to me. Okay, well, we will let that do its thing. And I'm going to go to the animals. I'll just type in dog. And I'm going to assign lots of dog as angry, bitey, front door dog, also known as war dog. So now that they've been assigned as angry, bitey, front door dog, let's go to the front door and place them all on the front door. And we are going to, you know, let those merchants leave now. Get ready to lock the doors again. They just let snatchers walk on in? Then they're not really war animals. Are they actually trained as war animals? Diamond Destruct apparently has started an artifact. Wants metal bars, rough gems, plant cloth, ooh. Yarn cloth, okay. Rock blocks, okay. Yarn cloth, okay. Raw green glass, okay. Logs. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna turn off the burrow. Let's just send the dwarves out. And just see if Diamond can now... Well, I also just really would like to try and get some of these dwarves buried. But more primarily, I would like to see... if I can actually get some of this stuff back inside. Manuel the peasant was found dead. Try and get that back inside. Okay, well, this one is tired and experiencing mortal fear right now. Let's see if I can tell my soldiers to go get it. Here they come. So it's immediately bleeding because a bolt hits it, as well as which is tearing the skin and the spleen. The Swords Dwarf punches the agitated giant wren in the second toe in the right foot. And it strikes at the warhammer at the Swords Dwarf, but it was blocked by his two shields. Swords Dwarf then attacks the giant wren, but they jump away. The Swords Dwarf then misses the giant wren and is now dueling with the giant wren. Is also kind of hungry, by the way. But we do, in fact, not have any other dwarves in the general vicinity that can come help, which is kind of weird. So instead, I'm just going to sit here and watch this creature fly away in fear after getting whacked repeatedly with different shields. It then comes back over, and I can see this dwarf, the pump operator, is climbing a tree, probably trying to get away from the creature. And let's see if I can just station my dwarves right here, right now. Another dwarf was just found dead. Fortunately, they've been dead for a while. And they do actually have some decent gear, so I need to be careful that my soldiers don't end up wearing it. And where are you guys right now? Well, they are standing on the ground. They are overexerted. And a yak cow has been found dead. Well, that's good. I can take that stuff. Ooh, look at all of those bars. Lovely, lovely. Now let's see where the next giant creature is. An agitated giant wren is 89 layers above ground. Okay, well, how about you? You are up here. Let's send the soldiers up to here. Although I can't actually send them up to there, but I can send them to here because there are these two right here that are pretty insistent on not moving, it seems. So I will send my soldiers right here while a dwarf is running over with a wheelbarrow and going, oh God, probably. Oh God, that says that dwarf probably. And then they just go here and stand here. Well, they don't seem super interested, so I will just tell them to kill them. And then confirm, and unpause. Immediately, a dwarf is falling off the edge, which is kind of funny in its own weird way. And now that these two creatures are full aggro, we've got a dwarf climbing up the side, or trying to, and then running up the side and chasing these birds away, kinda, while also continuing to duel as effectively as he can. He's now stunned and bleeding, and I'm going, where the hell are the rest of my dwarves? You're supposed to, you know, come over here and help. I figured they were close by because, you know, there was one fighting. Maybe it's because they're all fighting with different ones. Where's this fight happening? Well, no, not close by, apparently. Well, this dwarf's gonna have a hard time. They're injured and overexerted and dueling around. Just gonna tell them to get over here. Well, oh, I see. A bunch of them are unconscious because they're all fighting with this bird, which isn't dead yet. So because they're trying to fight with it, and they're all overexerted and falling asleep, unfortunately, this is really bad for their long-term ability to be able to kill things, because they're just sitting there, overexerted, incapable of killing it. Lovely. So the reason only one showed up to go fight in the other location is because the rest of them are all just falling asleep exhausted, trying to beat this one to death. Cool. You had a war elephant stationed in front of your door and it ran away due to terrified whilst in combat. Also, I'm going to just grab Boom Boom and go here and go livestock and say, War Dog, can you be assigned to Boom Boom? Let's assign another one of these to, say, Cap. And then I will just jump over here and grab this and say the two with names, get out of here. They'll come and help. We'll hopefully speed this process up. There you go, heavy bleeding. There you go. Uh-oh. Well, that's bad. Cavern dwellers get back to the darkness, but I can't see them, so I guess that's good news. We are in an ad break right now at this exact moment, so I will wait.
Jeez.
Sidekick bitey, there you go, Boom Boom. Squad is lame? You're lame. Have you ever tried to kill something with nothing but a wooden shield? Also, the creature happens to be very large. I'm sorry that you're not interested in the quality soldiers that this fort has to provide. I think that you also are missing the fact that this isn't a squad. This is two squads. So the correct English statement about this group of dwarves is that these squads are lame. Who am I dwarfing, Sean? You've done it in Dark Souls 2, that in Dark Souls 2, no Kappa. Okay, cool. Completely irrelevant, because different video game. Next complaint. You please? How dare you dwarf yourself, you greedy chat. Do I give Sean a dwarf? Yes or no? What do you think? Does Sean enjoys bacon deserve a dwarf? I don't know. Does he? That'd be up to you, chat. Diamond Destruct, the glassmaker, has created Emuth Nungramash, a green glass throne, and offers it to the hot sparks. Damn! Fancy chair. Chair for fancy touche. This is a green glass throne. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with round mica cabochons, decorated with cushion-cut green glass gems, and llama wool, and encircled with bands of marquee-cut green glass gems and pigtail. This object is adorned with hanging rings of date palm and menaces with spikes of green glass and llama wool. On the item is an image of Gamur, the tiger, and it is settling in the forests of speech in 36. On the item is an image of a string bean plant in red tourmaline. I think that is a chair for a fancy bum, so it's gonna go into the throne room for our noble. And if we're gonna do anything else with it, we'll figure that out later. Okay. Sure, Delhi. But you see, there's this problem, right? Which is this fortress has a theme, and it is a theme that I have to stick to. And if you don't like it, that's okay. But we're working with what we got. Okay? So don't you come at me and tell me my fort or my dwarves are lame. We're working on it. It's okay. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine. The dwarves won't be, but you will be. And if you can't get entertainment out of it, then I can't help you. I, for one, can get plenty of entertainment out of it. Meanwhile, these two dwarves are climbing a tree to fight with the thing. That's pretty epic. In fact, my dwarves are training climbing pretty effectively. Or trying to, anyway. This one probably is. Someone's child is upset outside. There is much small child screaming going on. There's two giant birds right there. I'm offended on behalf of my dwarves. For them, I suppose. No offense taken. Don't worry about it. All right. That being said, can I chop this tree down, please? Probably not. But my dwarves, I'll have you know, are very offended. Can we maybe chop this tree down? They're just like, what do? Can you be the upset child? The one outside? No, that's somebody's kid. I can't give away a kid. However, I do have one upset child, yes. You want to be Zuglar? I don't think they enjoy bacon, or much of anything in their life. Can you wait until after I'm finished getting these dwarves back inside NGD Fire? I have very little momentum / interest in doing a tour of the fort while half my dwarves are still outside dying. Okay, Sean enjoys bacon, is completely wrapped up in her own appearance and abilities and other personal matters, and is confident under pressure, and doesn't generally think before acting. Tends to avoid any physical confrontations. Works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess, and does not go out of her way to help others. She doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. Has a tendency to considering the advice of others, and has an active imagination. Prefers to present herself modestly. Doesn't focus on material goods, and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. When she's bored, she constantly rolls her eyes and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and is getting used to tragedy. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally would strongly value tranquility and quiet, and thinks that friendship is important, and sees perseverance in the face of adversity. Bullheaded and foolish. Welcome to the fort. Patty and Ricklebert are your parents, and you're a member of the Ivory Sect. Welcome to the fort. Okay, so speaking of things, this giant bird is no longer alive, which is good. So now we just need to wait for a dwarf to get their butt out here and chop the tree down. Is what we currently need to wait for. So, because there is just a bunch of dwarves right here in the middle of this tree. So now we're just waiting. You know, Deli Rumark, every single time you say obsidian swords are the only real option, I will disagree with you. And the likelihood that I will cave on my statement / opinion of obsidian swords goes down. Okay? You will not allow me to make up my own decision, which is fine. So instead, I will completely disregard every opinion take and statement that you have in regards to obsidian swords. And if it did get killed by a pick, it doesn't fucking matter. Jesus Christ, man. Can you just let me play the video game? Who cares what it was killed by? I'll tell you this. I'm not going to take what I've said and this, like, limitations I've given myself for this fort and change them because you want me to. Okay? If I'm going to use obsidian swords, fine. Might as well use steel then. What happens if I fail it? Then we start a new fort. Isn't that part of the fun? What game are we playing? Pretty sure it's Dwarf Fortress. Where losing is fun? Right? The hell? Did I get invaders? No. Did the icons on the left change? I don't know what icons you're referring to. You mean these ones? Bottom left? I mean, they don't have a border like they used to. They've been that way for quite some time. So we're just waiting for the recover wounded jobs to get done. How would I resolve such a conflict? I'd say they are correct, because obsidian swords are terrible. I guess I would respond with, why would you think of that as a conflict? Also, there really isn't any conflict right now. It's just simply chat insisting I need to use a thing that I'm not going to use. And you are all vastly underestimating my absurd amounts of stubbornness. Trust me, the only unlimited resource here right now is my stubbornness. Well, dwarves can't make daggers without modding the game, so that's an even more redundant statement. You haven't opened the game since last year? Yeah, I'm not sure exactly when it happened, but the borders kind of vanished a while ago. I'm not entirely sure when it happened, but it did. I want to say it was around, like, 6 months ago or so. It was around the time the last major Putnam UI overhaul came out, which was the searchable menus. Okay, well, there's still a dwarf stuck outside, so let's let that dwarf back in. No. I think that the only real option right now for these animals isn't obsidian short swords. It's having a more consistent war dog group assisting my soldiers. That right now is the important thing. And also laugh hysterically whenever one does fly in. Because one just did. I think I'm going to go up to here. We're going to make another pen pasture. And I'm going to go up to here, and we're going to throw a couple of these war dogs up here. Right now, there is a giant bird. How am I going to train the squads? The same way you train all squads? By putting them in a barracks and training them? What kind of question is that? How do you train your squads? I don't know how to answer that question. Sorry, that's just suddenly very confusing. Training weapons are useless and have no practical purpose in the video game and shouldn't be utilized because all it does is it gets your dwarves attached to weapons that they can't use for the rest of their, careers. So, bad idea. And outside of training weapons, unless I intended to use them as actual weapons, which I would have zero intent of doing, there is literally no reason to do that. And they can train themselves by simply training. Same way dwarves always train. See? This is perfectly effective. Although, that's kind of funny. Some dwarf here has managed to find themselves a steel cap. Curious to know as to where they got that, but... Are you not agitated? Yes, you are. I'm going to tell them to kill it. I really, really hope that you think that this is hysterical, because, Dalirum, I'll tell you this, it's mildly frustrating for me, having this conversation right now. So I hope that you find this to be very funny and very entertaining, and I hope that you're getting a lot of positive thoughts out of it, because I'm getting mostly negative. As we continue to fight back yet another giant bird. Okay, where's the last one? There was one more. Sure. As it flew away. Nope, never really went up. Okay, well, let's send the squads back down to training. Yeah, it sucks. I feel horrible. Genuinely. Okay. This is pumping, which is good. How's the depth of this going? Pretty good. He never stopped coming. Yeah, they're just like a Smash Mouth song. It's fine, though, because the dwarves are now inside. Anyway, I really hope that I'm able to get over this post-cold funk that I've been in, because it really makes it difficult to enjoy streaming. It's kind of hard to explain. I guess I need chains? Rope. Okay, not near this. There you are. Get inside. You should absolutely post beers. I'm aware that yak dropped a lot of metal stuff, but it's fine. Because my squads have pretty specific gear that they're allowed to wear. And it's pretty specific material-wise, too. What do you need here, Dwarf? Needs cleaning. All right, now all it really is it's made me much easier to irritate. And it has made my tolerance level for chat being annoying significantly lower. To the point where, like, yeah, I'm getting annoyed at things I shouldn't. It also makes me run out of energy way faster in the day, which also really sucks. I don't know what it is or why it is. It's like I take a week off and it's just got nothing but negative effects on me. Only after about 10 forts, you have a working setup for archers. That's good. I can't say I've ever had working archers. I've had many, many, many sets of working marks dwarves, but archers? Quite literally none. 4, 8, 12, 16. I guess I'll put it this way. People always ask me to do challenge forts or forts with fun themes because they love watching it. And I'm doing one. And literally all I'm getting is, well, guess it's time to stop doing the challenge then. What's the point of me doing a challenge if all you guys do is complain and criticize the fact that I'm doing the thing people want me to do? It's not fun, though. That's the thing. If this is your idea of fun, you have a really crappy idea of fun, mate. So, I hope you guys have enjoyed it, because chat has made it very difficult to enjoy it for me. Grumble. What was the thing I need? Access to mechanisms. Thought I did have mechanisms. Oh, I see. It's because they made them in attraction benches. Rock mechanisms. Let's make 10. The challenge is fun, but constantly being told to stop taking part in said challenge is just frustrating. Okay, well then, act like it's a good fortress. I'm a very emotional person and can get very lost if I do a thing and expect positive feedback and just get frustrations and negative ribbing. It's like, that is not positive feedback. It's the opposite, even. So it's like, okay, the reason I don't allow a lot of emotes in my chat is because I dislike that kind of culture. It's like, if you're just going to do everything that I hate about live streaming while I'm trying to enjoy my job, it's like, wow, okay, that's... thanks. Yeah, and I hate that, innit? Like, that's not fun. That's not pleasant. If you think that that's fun, then awesome. But that sucks. And this is the first time this has ever happened while I've done a fort like this. If the fort falls, it falls. I'm not strictly vegan. I'm more vegetarian, to be honest. So calling me vegan's kind of inaccurate, actually. I simply just buy vegan food. I'm glad, Deep Space. I'm glad. The thing is, when it comes to just ribbing and like poking fun at streamer, a lot of the channels that have that kind of culture, streamer literally never looks at chat. I have chat full screen. It's filling up almost an entire monitor, and I look at it all the time. And I'm always talking to chat. So if chat is nothing but unpleasantness, then I don't want to talk with chat. And then I don't want to stream. And I don't want to do my job. Because of how I, like, interact with chat. And that's how I've always interacted with chat. So when the result is all I get is, you know, people poking fun and ribbing and just, like, that kind of interaction never feels good. And I think some people watching streams think it feels good for them, and that's fantastic. I'm glad that you enjoy that. However, it really sucks for me. So, like, if you want to criticize, that's cool. But at a point, I'm going to start bitching at you and ask you to slow down, pump the brakes, and stop. Because it stops being fun for me really fast and gets real old real quick. So, if you want to continue, go nuts, but I've given you my opinion. Shall now focus on playing the video game. Lanix, thanks for gifting a subscription to Bastet. Welcome back to the land of the subbed, Bastet.
Your streams have made me enjoy Dwarf Fortress more.
Happy to help.
Crypt Fear.
And thanks for the $, Shinobi. Also, the first notifications, because there was 2 of them, of money in 2 hours. Are the green colors very hypnotic? Was that why, Elfie? All right. I'm sorry if I just seem bitchy and complainy, but it's like, I'm too honest sometimes. All I know is I enjoy talking to my chat, Boom Boom. And if the chat makes it unpleasant to talk to chat, I don't want to be around chat. That's all that I know. Can't speak for anybody else. Yeah, no, you are absolutely entitled to have a good time. You are absolutely allowed to do what you have to do to have fun. I've made my statement clear. You don't have to listen to it. We are all good. But just note that you kind of hit a wall, so maybe like keep the sass toned down a tad until tomorrow or next week, if possible. That's all. Because I think this fort will be just fine. Definitely. Be terrible if something were to happen to it. I mean, if I'm feeling prickly, that's not necessarily a bad thing, Elfie. It's just kind of a... I need to become aware of it, if that makes sense. Once I'm aware of it, then I'm significantly more capable of becoming less prickly. So, working on it. Rock blocks. Being prickly and drunk is basically the same thing. Not sure how being grumpy has anything to do with being drunk, but I tend to act completely different while it's drunk, but it's an interesting thought. You must be a very different kind of drunk than me. How did you redeem that at the wrong time, Sean? What? What, the being drunk comment? Happy, depressed, and lost in the woods. I can't say I've ever gotten lost in the woods after being drunk. Does getting lost in a casino in Las Vegas count as getting lost in the woods?
Because if so, then I have. I've definitely, like, gone to the toilet in Vegas and then gotten very lost. Also, if being prickly was the same as being drunk, then how often wouldn't blackberry bushes be getting arrested all the time? What about rose bushes? I'm actually kind of sad. I really wanted that forgotten beast to come over, but it probably went off and died to those cavern creatures. All right. Well, now that we've got this, I just realized that I don't actually have a way of sealing it. Well, at the very least, we have a water supply in the fort now. That is really good. Okay. Let's go build this. The Past Sect. Because they need a temple. Pretty much. I would tend to state that concrete is exactly the same as the woods. Definitely can agree with that. I think, how can I build this? Like a big-ass arrow like that, maybe? Let's do something like this. It's concrete jungle. I prefer a Tokyo jungle. My rose bushes are in jail? Well, they can't exactly freely roam about, so maybe. Wouldn't that mean that, like, most plants are under house arrest? Are house plants just under house arrest? I've also just got to check this, and it's like, yep, that's a bunch of pearl ash and potash. And I'm out of wood again. Go figure. Let's go to this screen. And let's go to make ash. Let's just make that seasonal. Berlin is beautiful and people should visit it. You sound biased. Why Berlin? I don't know if I trust that statement. They're perpetually grounded? Oh boy. So are most humans, but... is horrified after reliving being haunted by the dead. Maffle, the ghost has risen. Montreal for the win. I guess that means we have to hang out in June, because I'll be in Montreal in June. From your point of view, you think Berlin is ugly as fuck? From my point of view, Berlin is really far away and requires a very long flight to get to, which means I really don't want to go there because it's very far away and requires a very long flight to get to. And I don't like flying for a long period of time if I can help it, so I'll be honest. Going to Berlin sounds kind of awful to me, purely because it requires me getting on a plane for a very long time. Nice people and nice beer. There are nice people and, like, really good beer here in Vancouver. So, why? And before you're like, but you're going to go to Montreal. It's like, yeah, but Montreal's a lot closer. And a lot cheaper to fly to. I don't know what a moletch is. What's a moletch? Some migrants have arrived. Great. Time to open the door again. I don't really have an easy way of transporting it home because I don't bring checked luggage when I get on planes. I literally just bring a backpack, so I don't think I would be able to transport it home. So thank you for the offer, but gonna have to unfortunately pass on that. Montreal has some good beer, but it's nowhere near as good as Vancouver beer. The water just kind of sucks in Montreal, and it turns out in order to make good beer, you need decent water. What? The human keeper of the seal is coming here. Apparently, I do still have humans around to trade with, so we can try trading. Never mind. We cannot try trading because they just left. And the ghostly armor Maffle was put to rest. Rydern, what kind of dwarf do you like? Or do you want? What particular flavor of dwarf is your flavor of dwarf of choice today? Any dwarf? Does Iteb work? Le Fin du Monde is a very good beer. That is an example of a good beer from Quebec. I also quite like Masorum's stuff, but it's hard to get out here, unfortunately. So you just want to be Ryder instead of an N? Like that? Ryder, N, or Ryder, is always in love with somebody and always develops positive feelings, and she is easily moved to mercy and dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them. She's conflicted by this for more than one reason. She tends to be a little bit stubborn in changing her mind about things and doesn't seek out excitement. She is conflicted by this since she feels intellectually that life should be more tumultuous. And she tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she tends to consider what others think of her. She is slow to trust others, and she often acts with compassion. She is slow to trust others, and she tends to focus with a She has a narrow focus on the current activity, and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. Prefers to present herself modestly, and when she's thinking, her body becomes very still. She laughs in a unique way whenever she's annoyed. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. And personally, she likes alabaster and pig iron and black pyrope and giant wild boar hoof, as well as cave spider silk and the color vermilion, battle axes and amulets, and guinea fowls for their social nature, and when possible prefers to consume persimmon wine, plums, and absolutely hates fire snakes. She's in love with Agamemnon and has several kindred spirits and many close friends. Welcome to the fort. I can tell you right now, for fact, there are nicer things in Montreal than you, Orange. For example, random people from Montreal and random things in Montreal don't appear drunk on my sofa in the morning. Whereas you have this habit of that. So I would say that is nicer than you not appearing on my sofa. Drunk. Yeah, for me, Le Fin du Monde is practically like buying a bottle of wine. It's not a beer that I buy just to drink. It's a beer that I buy for special occasions. You deserve that? I mean, of course you did.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have said it.
At least we're getting somewhere with these bedrooms. Okay. Well, let's see if we can get a few more dwarves into that squad. By that squad, I mean the melee one, specifically. Dreams of raising a family. I'm looking for dwarves that want martial training. Or if they really want excitement, that's useful. Dreams of raising a family. He was never missing a chance to lash out in verbal hostility. Man, that's like me when I was younger and more angry. Okay, let's go here. It's Vaka. But you dream of raising a family. You don't have any need for that particular task. You dream of making a great discovery still. Get you that library that you've earned at some point. Also, I have a feeling that I failed that religion. Because I never clicked accept on it, and it's now no longer up there, so. Dreams of raising a family. You want martial training and excitement. Oopsies. Also, Orange, I never actually asked, but did you get that job? I can't remember if you actually ended up doing the training for it. Okay, we got you. You want to learn something? How about you? You want martial training? Okay, let's see how we are doing. So let's make... Well, I need to make more wooden shields. But I guess in order to make more wooden shields, what I need to do is go downstairs or go outside. Let's see, what's on the map right now? Bunch of large birds. At least they're moving around in a crew. You got it? Almost got fired too. Wait, really? Some fucker almost hit one of your trucks, so that sucks. Yeah, that blows. Sorry to hear it. All right, let's leave the dwarves in here. Go out here. Pull this lever. Let's go get some of this wood inside. Got a bunch of dwarves going to store item in stockpile, although you're grabbing boulders. And here we go, up and at 'em. Gotta love how much vomit is out here. Maybe the best part. Wooden shield. Let's say 30 of them. All right, bedtime. We'll see you when we see you. Sean enjoys bacon. I'll try and keep that dwarf alive as best as possible. In this nightmarish hellhole of vomit and viscera. You know, I might actually use a mist generator in this map. Positive aspect is that the vomit almost matches the color of the glass floor. It's fine. I mean, it should be obvious, so it's obvious for us to go clean it up later. Why do my eyes hurt? You know, you can't fix stupid. Is one of the most true facts in our species. Let's make 20 leather armor. There we go. Filling up this stockpile. There we go. We are now making the wooden shields. I guess as they finish these, we can make more shields. Oh, giant bird in the vicinity. Not sure why it's just sitting there, but it is. Okay, let's erase this. Rag the Glassmaker has created a green glass box and claims it as an heirloom. Okay. I need to find Rag and be like, did I forget to give you furniture or something? Where's your bedroom? It's right here. Okay, well, I will give you your new green glass box then. Have your new green glass box. Have two even. I'm sure you'll be very grateful for it. And I think I'm going to start the dwarves training again. Except that there is now a giant agitated bird in my fortress. So let's go kill it. Get him, dwarves. This seems fine. Dwarves get into the general vicinity and start beating the ever-living crap out of it. The dogs join in and help. I gotta say, I think that these dwarves are slowly starting to get better at this job. Even if it's too slow for some of you. I do think they are getting better, and the dogs are helping. But, you know what I gotta say, chat? Is one, I'm hungry. And two, I would like to play some Path of Acre today and actually get some runs in. So I think we're gonna take the W's from today, which is, let's do a tour of this fortress. This beautiful vomit-colored field is surrounded by a fortress of glass. This volcano is slowly becoming a almost entirely glass volcano. It is defended by this beautiful glass pyramid, and down beneath it is this wonderful spiral staircase going down and into the volcano. This spiral staircase connects with this area, which is then connected to this area down here, and I just realized that I need to make more cage traps. So let's just make some cage traps. Wooden cage traps. Wooden cage traps. And down in here is the actual fortress itself. We have all the bedrooms down here, which are a lovely pattern, and then various different rooms for the dwarves to spend their time in. The temples, the other temple, the tombs underneath it, the official big fancy tomb for our baron, and then of course the baron's quarters. In the middle here is the hospital, which I'm very happy with how it's turned out. The glass-making forges, as well as beneath it, the small room that is going down to the caverns, and our water reservoir for the hospital. This stairwell goes all the way down to this area. which is slowly filling, but also draining pretty quickly. And yeah, this is my tiny little fort, which has a modest population of 140. And I can seal off that lower level because we don't actually need to have that open currently. So now the water is no longer filling into there. We got a lot of livestock running around in here, and we also do have some dwarves just hanging around in the hospital right now, but generally I think it's going okay. Get tired of everything being green? I mean, not everything is green. I would say more things are black from the obsidian. So I think the more apt question is, do you think the dwarves get tired of everything being black? Which, maybe? I don't know. I've never seen a dwarf that doesn't like obsidian. So you'd have to ask the dwarves that question. Do you want me to do stone sense again? Nothing really stone sensey has changed since the last time. But if chat wants, we'll do it. I mean, currently I'm trying to make some things brown. But I don't know. Do you think Snoop Dogg gets tired of everything being green? I don't think he does. Does stone sense show the vomit too? I think so. Hold on, I need to quick save before I can do that. Just like G-Fin asked me to. When you kill an animal for fat, you get tallow. YouTube chat. Nah, Ryder and G-Fin can spend their points on telling me to save. Just because they do it right as I'm saving anyways doesn't mean that I'm going to give them their points back. I just squished a fruit fly. Get fucked. Okay, let's stone sense. Make sure that these stones make sense. Gotta wait for it to load. Yep. Doop 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 doop. G-Fin used to be rich. Congratulations. Wait, what? Who? How did they type all your name? B-Finger. Oh, yeah, that is pretty good. I read straight over it. Okay, let's try this a second time. Stone sense. Okay. Okay, let's roll this down. Roll this down. Stone, I'll have you know you often make sense. That's the front door to the fort. That looks pretty badass, actually. Well, it does look pretty badass. Morning, Stone. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, that is pretty cool looking. I still maintain that this looks like the sort of thing that you could take a sled down. It really looks like the sort of thing you could take a sled down. Not sure exactly what that button's doing. But then the underground area, which is, you know, well, this is all, you know, in here. All of this, the entryway, which goes up into here. But then if I keep going down, right here is the majority of the fort. This is the majority of the fort. Not sure why. That's the isometricness. And also, does it show the vomit? Yes, it does. The little green globs are vomit. So, that's kind of funny. And there's a guinea hen out here. And a cat named Stodir, who's stuck outside, probably. So, yeah, that's the Fort and Stone Sense. And it's time for us to quit. So, chat room, I'm going to real quick go grab me a sandwich. And if you want, you can say goodbye VOD or bye YouTube or whatever you'd like. But we are going to keep streaming for a couple more hours, probably. We are going to go play some Path of Acra, which is a game that hit 1.0 recently, and hopefully we're going to go get some wins today. So, you know, if you want to be awesome and support the stream, even if it's not a game that you're interested in watching, I ask you kindly to leave the tab up. Otherwise, take care, and hopefully we'll see you soon. My next scheduled stream, for reference, is Monday for the hot potato.